Bro, McNarsty, what the frick? You had a fucking... Wait, hold on. Gotta get Twitch up. Hello? Yo, what up, Twitch side? Yo, McNarsty, you had a fucking dream that I killed myself with a rope? I'll tell you what. That is definitely a dream, because that'll never fucking happen. A, would never kill myself. Too much of a pussy. Also, very hopeful about the future. But also, if I had to kill myself, I sure as fuck would not hang myself. You know? That ain't me. That ain't me, kings. But what up, dudes? Turn your freaking top chats to live chats. ASAP. How's it going? What are you guys doing? Sherlock rebukes the dream. We all rebuke it. McNarsty rebukes it too. That's interesting though. I wonder what the AI dream controller is up to with that one, you know? Yeah, were you just watching Candace? Yeah, I just had it on in the background.
Was
trying to hear what she's blabbing
area,
about.
Washington County.
But wait,
the parents
you guys said
not to do
new
that,
crazy
and,
stuff with Charlie came out today? What? What happened?
Stand by him and help him surrender peacefully.
Yeah, they have the tech to infiltrate your dreams, so you keep yourself protected at all times. Yeah, McNarsty, do you do protection? Any energy protection before you go to bed?
And tells us Brooksby that he came in willingly because he didn't.
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you right now, I am protected and I can't get hurt, and I sure as fuck it won't be by my hand. If anything ever comes at me to hurt me, I'm pretty sure that I will be warned in advance. The mushrooms or Gaia will tell me. They don't play. They love warning me. Dude, after the fucking, after the intervention thing, when I realized, I announced that I was going to film it, and then 2 days before, like a week before I announced I was going to film it, and then like 2 days before is when I realized that they were gaslighting me. That shit was sent by Guy. If Paul ever comes at me, I'm literally going to get a voice-to-skull message from the mushrooms.
To make him feel comfortable to where
they're gonna be like, "Hey, cat dad."
That's exactly what happened.
It'll be like Neo. They'll be like, "Leave your house in 32 seconds."
Was he suicidal and wanting to die, or was he worried about dying? It can't be.
Grab a
catch on to that early on.
Grab a fake mustache and a hat. Put it on now. Slip out the door. Run across the street. Hide behind the garbage can. You know. They'll do voice-to-skull technology to me.
Father and the mother didn't speak out to assert his innocence.
Then they'll direct me to Peter Thiel's house.
Why don't you come right out and dispute everything immediately? Well, interestingly enough, I'm told that it's because the feds.
Ooh, I believe they want to implant fake memories to drive you mad.
Could be at risk. Like
very interesting.
And they convinced the family to go into witness protection. Like, your lives are in danger. You shouldn't say anything.
Oh, you do Merkaba meditations for protection?
Somebody could, like, you know, just come back and try to harm you guys because of what your son did. You should go into witness protection and don't speak to anybody. Trust us, we're the feds, bro. And they agreed, of course, in the fog of it all. Why wouldn't you agree? But then, like any good, maybe conservative family, you start going, I don't really trust these feds. Like, I'm a little suspicious about the feds. Here's another point of interest, okay? His father had no idea that Tyler was gay. That's what I'm told. They are learning this in and through the media. They thought that Lance was just his roommate, and they were especially shocked because apparently Tyler kept mentioning to them that he wanted them to meet some girl that he was seeing.
Oh,
now,
anyway,
I would like to
I should go
interject
feed
my
the
own
cats
voice here
instead of
and say
watching
that
Candace.
I think this girl
I'm going to go do that.
Lance, and Tyler was working up the courage to tell his family that he was gay. That is what is most likely, in my opinion, because we know for a fact that Tyler was, in fact, in a relationship with Lance, because we have exclusive photos, by the way, they're about to show you, that the two of them posted to their Instagrams. This is Lance posting Halloween.
Bro, honestly, you know who this actually might be? Who the real Charlie Kirk shooter might be? Ashton Forbes. It might be Ashton Forbes, right? Kind of looks like him. Not gonna lie.
Era photos.
Huge chin, though. Wait, we gotta look at Ashton's. Oh, brother.
And apparently.
Right? It could be Ashton Forbes, bro. Ooh, especially with these glasses. That if that isn't the Charlie Kirk killer, it might be, dude. I'm just saying. All right, here we go. Oh my God, the babies are out. Hold on, let's get some baby shots before it gets too dark. Oh, hi, you little nugget. What's up? What's up, you little nuggets? Oh my God, that one's behind the house. Oh, brother. Dude, they're going to be leaving so soon. I can already feel it. I'm going to be so mad. Chunks is going to disappear with them for like 3 days, and then she's going to come back alone. The little babies. Where's your mother? You guys are always left home alone. Up on a fucking... I mean, it's only the second story, but to you guys, it's like the 100th story. It's like 100 floors, dude. And these squirrels really have no regard for their lives. Remember that time that one of Chunk's babies just came into the apartment? Should I open the window and see if they do it again? Wait, let me go get nuts. I'll go put some nuts on the ledge and see. Oh! Look at him. Okay. Be cool, guys. Everybody chill. Everybody be cool and calm and collected, okay? Should I try and feed one of them? Oh my God, should I try and feed one out of my hand right now and piss Chunks off? But maybe I can hand raise them. Psst, psst, psst. Come on. Come on, you little nuggets. Look. She's chittering at me like her fucking mom, dude. Here. Oh, she's mean just like her mama. Holy shit, right? Dude. She learned from the best. Mama Chunks. Oh my goodness, right? Come on, you little babies. Come out. Well, what the frick? Oh. All right. Gonna go feed Chunks. BRB.
I am reincarnated. Reincarnated. I am reincarnated. I've been stargazing. Life goes on. I need all my levies. Got. Woke up looking for the broccoli. Sneako frontin', but your daddy's just a copy. Barry in the White House, shadow running sloppy. Just playing tough, but your strings ain't got no body. Woke up looking for the broccoli. Sneako frontin', but your daddy's just a copy. Ricky thought you'd hide, but we see you in that lobby. The truth is our hobby. Shout out Mark Lombardi. Woke up looking for the broccoli. Sneako frontin', but your daddy's just a copy. Barry in the White House, shadow running sloppy. Ghost playing tough, but your strings ain't got no body. Woke up looking for the broccoli. Sneako frontin', but your daddy's just a copy. Drake, you thought you'd hide, but we see you in the lobby. The truth is our hobby. Shout out Mom Lombardi. Breathing heavy like I'm running through the six with a vengeance. Carl's clone, yeah, I see the resemblance. Drake, you ain't no king, just a pawn in the game. Got a secret in your bloodline, can't hide the shame. Your Papa Carl engineered you to be this. A voice for the masses, but your heart's kinda fit. The Degrassi wheelchair to the OBO throne. You've been selling your soul, now the truth is shown. Your empire's built on the lies and the women. Oops, I mean children, you are quite the villain. Started from the bottom, now you're trapped in a game. But the hotline's playing with secrets and shame. Carl's shadow looms as your mask starts to slip. The truth is the weapon, let's see if you trip. Reincarnated, I've been stargazing. Life goes on, I need all my leads. Woke up looking for the broccoli. Sneako frontin', but your daddy's just a copy. Barry in the White House, shadow running sloppy. Ghost playing tough, but your strings ain't got no body. Woke up looking for the broccoli. Sneako frontin', but your daddy's just a copy. Drake, you thought you'd hide, but we see you in that lobby. The truth is our hobby. Shout out Mark Lombardi. Barry, you climb, but them roots are deep. Interlooking tunnels where the secrets creep. North Fox Island was hiding below your legacy, staying with the darkness you sow. Epstein-Barr virus infecting your name. You built up the power, you buried the shame. Chef in the water, truth you can't keep. Carl's your puppet master, the climb wasn't steep. Dance with devils, played your role too well, but your soul's on the line in a personal hell. Pancake man knows he's baked in your past. You're a clone in the system, but you wanna last. Your empire's built on the bones of the damned, but the truth's at the door and it's breaking the dam. Barry, no more hiding, your story's laid bare. Your lies crumble now, you're caught in the snare. Meet the Weinbachers, truth's on display. Meet the Weinbachers, clones in the fray. Meet the Weinbachers, they're living a lie. Meet the Weinbachers, the shadows comply. Meet the Weinbachers, truth's on display. Meet the Weinbachers, clones in the fray. Meet the Weinbachers, they're living a lie. Meet the Weinbachers, the shadows comply. Sneako, you're loud, but your truth's been lost. Calling out Ethan, but at what cost? You see the cracks in the facade, you know there's more, but the hate you're spewing ain't gonna settle the score. Carl's clone, you're just playing your old role, distracted by the fame, but your soul's the toll. Bigot in the spotlight, but deep down there's pain. Your daddy wasn't there, so you wear that shame. You're right about Ethan Klein, he's a Nazi in disguise, but your own reflection is what you should despise. You're chasing validation, but it's hollow inside. Lost in the noise, where does your heart reside? I see the fear, the doubt, the rage you project, and it's time to reflect. Time to self-correct. I'll show you the path. It's time to awake. Kundalini rising up your spine. It's your soul at stake. Sneako, meet the Weinbachers. Truth's on display. Meet the Weinbachers. Clones in the fray. Meet the Weinbachers. They're living a lie. Meet the Weinbachers. The shadows comply. Meet the Weinbachers. Truth's on display. Meet the Weinbachers. Clones in the fray. Meet the Weinbachers. They're living a lie. Meet the Weinbachers. Guns spring in the spotlight, but who's behind the mask? Los Pollos Hermanos, just the front for the task. From the Cartas to the Empire, you played the part well, but Carl's your director and you're trapped in his hell. Breaking Bad, but the script's written deep. Cloning's the game and you're caught in the sweep. Gideon's Darksaber, it runs deeper. Carl's shadow looms and the stakes get steeper. You play the villain so well, but it's more than just a role. It's a reflection of the truth of the secrets you hold. From the chicken shack to the stars in the sky, your life's a facade, just a well-crafted lie. Wars in the news, you're the face of deceit, but the truth's coming out and you can't retreat. You're not just an actor, you're a part of the plan, a pawn in the game, and Carl's little man. Meet the Weinbachers, truth's on display. Meet the Weinbachers, clones in the fray. Meet the Weinbachers, they're living a lie. Meet the Weinbachers, the shadows comply. Meet the Weinbachers, truth's on display. Meet the Weinbachers, clones in the fray. Meet the Weinbachers, they're living a lie. Meet the Weinbachers, Carl Weinbacher, the mastermind behind the scene. Cloning's your legacy, you're the twisted machine. From Drake to Obama, Sneako to Gus, all your clones out here spread deceit and mistrust. You built an empire on shadows and lies, genetic fucking experiments watching truth die. But the curtain's falling, your plot's been exposed. We see the puppeteer who thought he couldn't be opposed. Your fingers on the media, pulling every string. Hollywood's your playground, but I'm here to bring the truth to the surface. No more hide and seek, their clones are crumbling, the future's looking bleak. You played God, but now it's time to pay. The world's waking up and we're taking back the day. Your twisted legacy from Nazi roots to stem, but we're cutting down the tree and busting Nazi heads. Thought you could control, but you underestimated the power of truth. Now your time's deflated. This is the final chapter, your empires fall. No more clones, no more lies. lies. We're tearing down the wall. Carl, your game's over. The truth reigns supreme. You're just a ghost now in a forgotten fucking dream.
What? Did the squirrels even come in yet? What the frick, dude? Come on, squirrels.
On my mama, this is healing Paul's trauma. You got a gene spirit, finna take him to nirvana.
They're like kind of brave, but not really.
Be up because of drama. Now the drug is marijuana. Cooks will say I got a problem. Till you lost Paul, you can't come back from this. Till you lost Paul, and protect your chin. Till you lost Paul, bells showing all your little skin. Till you lost Paul, you can't go back to Tim. After yoga and my breath
And the mushies.
Baby, if I'm lucky, then a couple try to fuck me. I'm not basketball player size, but I'm handsome. Maybe Mendez will wanna hold me for ransom. I don't have a bike, but I might take a jog. Something light, loving life, chilling with my headphones on. I asked Cat Dad how much a ticket cost. Didn't answer, doesn't matter, still your daddy and your boss. On my mama, this is healing Paul's trauma. Got a gene spirit, finna take him to nirvana. Image merge, stacking commas, it be up because of drama. Not a drug, it's marijuana. Cooks will say I got a problem. Till you lost Paul, you can't come back from this. Till you lost Paul, and protect your chin. Till you lost Paul, bells showing all your little skin. Till you lost Paul, you can't go back to Tim. This the day Paul, this the L. This the day Paul goes to hell. If you see me in some blue jeans, lock me in a cell. Paul saw me in some blue jeans and know that I'm self-Paul. Chilling on the couch, feeling like JD Vance. If you really wanna dance, Paul, now with your chance, Paul. You're the damn man, Paul. Let's have a damn standoff. It's not in your jeans, Paul. It's time to take your pants off. My mama, this is healing Paul's trauma. You got a gene spirit.
Dude, these squirrels are not paying the bills. Don't even look at my boobies.
You can't come back from this.
Take your loss, Paul. Big old idiot.
Till you lost Paul, bells showing all your little skin. Till you lost Paul, you can't go back to Tim.
Can't go back to Tim. Take your loss, Paul, you an idiot. What up, boys? What up, Noel? What up, everybody? Yeah, they're just laying out their they're looking out their porch, falling asleep. Hi, how's everybody doing? Y'all want to talk about some shit? You want to talk about some stuff? We'll crack some jokes. We'll hang out. We'll get sidetracked. Any big things we should talk about that I don't know about? What were you guys saying? What was going on with Erica and Charlie? I'd say watch out for squatches, but I think they're mostly non-violent, so not too much of a concern. Yeah, for sure. Suspicious of the tiny squirrel in the camera lens. I know, right? Yeah, I think they're like 4 or 5 weeks old, maybe. There's new Charlie footage. Stop it. Where is it? On X? Where is it? Did you put it in the disco? Take your loss, Paul. You're a goofy guy. Oh my god, Sam. You have frickin' squirrels? Let's fucking go, dude. Hell yes, dude. You know what one of my favorite TikTok channels is? The guy who has the squirrel Maxine that he feeds and hangs out with.
Bro. What the hell? They're literally circling.
What are these dude, look at that cucked ass sun behind cellophane. It's behind a plastic sheet. Oh, God, I miss the sun, right? You guys miss the sun? You guys miss seeing the stars and stuff?
What? Bye.
Yeah, what the frick, Liz? What is that? Dude, oh my God. Dude. I love that we're turning into a squirrel channel. But don't worry, Chunks is going to take her babies away from us soon enough. She'll take them all away soon enough. Oh, wait. Here, let's look at Ray's cover one more time. This is us, guys. We're going to be making kids content exclusively. Just illustrated books. Chunks and the fam. Chunks and family. Where she has kids. She has multiple litters of children every year and then abandons all of them after 6 weeks. Yeah, how long? How long till squirrels kick the babies out? Bless me, excuse me, sorry. 10 to 12 weeks. We might have a little bit. It actually might be longer that they were around because I didn't see them again until they were kind of big. And the first time I saw them, they were tiny. They were like little as fuck and bald. Each time now, I keep seeing them when they all have fur and their eyes are still closed. Well, the last litter, I didn't even see until their fucking eyes were all the way open. They were bigger than this almost. Because Chunks had the whole back wall blocked off with all of her fucking trash. I know she's gonna get rid of them all. She's gonna kick them all out.
Others at a Michigan Latter-day Saints church. The horror started around 10:30 a.m.
The
when he rammed
horror.
his Chevy Silverado truck into the building, where hundreds of
Look at
worshipers
that.
had gathered for a Sunday.
Bro, did you see that goofy ass truck?
Michigan Latter-day Saints church. The horror started.
Look at that shit. What is the story? Are they saying like, oh, is a Antifa deranged lunatic homosexual trans person?
Around 10:30 a.m. when he rammed his Chevy Silverado truck into the building, where hundreds of worshipers had gathered for a Sunday service in Grand Blanc Township. The killer's vehicle had 2 large American flags behind the cab and a set of deer antlers attached to the bumper. He then got out and opened fire with an assault rifle on the congregation and set the church ablaze,
Yeah, the pastor did, I'm sure.
causing the entire structure to burn down. So what do we know about the sicko who did this? The suspect's name is Thomas Jacob.
Yeah, it's a homosexual. It's a couch. It's like a sectional couch, but it's all just one. It's all just one piece.
Sanford from nearby Burton, Michigan. He was a 40-year-old Iraq War veteran who served in the U.S. Marines.
Ooh, actually, great. This is we're saying that the army is that veterans are the enemy. You know why? You know why the military lets all the veterans be homeless and doesn't take care of them? It's because veterans would probably be pretty good people to fucking run their mouth about how fucked the government is, but they would rather them all fucking die so that they can't do that. You know what I mean?
Facebook post by Sanford's mother says the gunman served in Iraq from 2004 to 2008. According to Fox
Y'all ever heard of Pat Tillman?
News, he worked as an organizational automotive mechanic and vehicle recovery operator who earned a number of awards for his service and achieved the rank of sergeant. Social media accounts believed to be connected to Sanford reveal he was a family man with a wife and a young son. Pictures posted on Facebook show the family smiling, posing in the beds of pickup trucks or in a field of tall sunflowers. A dormant GoFundMe page from 2015 raised more than $3,000 for the couple's now 10-year-old son, who was born with congenital hyperinsulinism, or CHI, a rare genetic condition in which the pancreas releases too much insulin. As authorities investigate what led Sanford to commit his sickening crime,
The authorities? You mean the fucking FBI?
former assistant FBI
Oh, let me guess. The FBI got him in fucking chat rooms and convinced him to do it through MK Ultra techniques and probably drugging his water or something.
director Chris Swecker told Fox and Friends first
Yeah, Army boys also know how to band together.
that a motive is already in sight.
The FBI has taken the lead. That means they're treating this as either a hate crime or an act of domestic terrorism. The investigation is deep into it at this point with regard to motive.
White House Press Secretary Carolyn Levitt indicated that the gunman
White House Press Secretary, Miss Piggy.
targeted the worshipers because of their faith.
Well, from what I understand, based on my conversations with the FBI director, all they know right now is this was an individual who hated people of the Mormon faith. And they are trying to understand more about this, how premeditated it was, how much planning went
Yeah, so what's the spin that now that he's like a Trumper?
into it, whether he left a note. All of those questions have yet to be answered.
President Trump echoed that sentiment in a Truth Social post, in which he wrote, "This appears to be yet another targeted attack on Christians in the United States. This epidemic of violence in our country must end immediately." A city council candidate has since revealed a disturbing encounter he said he had with Sanford on September 22nd, when he was door-knocking constituents. Chris Johns told the Detroit Free Press that the two chatted for about 20 minutes, with Sanford at one point opening up about his time serving in Iraq as a U.S. Marine and struggling with drug addiction upon returning home. But what started out as a friendly conversation took a sharp turn when the subject of religious faith was brought up and Sanford started ranting against Mormons after revealing
Isn't this convenient that this random guy who's a door knocker for fucking what, his local congressman, he just happens to remember this story and that it's this guy. Shut the fuck up. This is goofy. Dude, there were so many chipmunks in the at the hike that me and Skitter did this weekend. Hardly any squirrels. Massive chipmunk habitat. It was chipmunk party city. They were loving it.
Relationship with a woman whose family was Mormon when he lived in Utah. It was very much standard anti-LDS
He was struggling after being at war. No way.
talking points that you would find on YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, John said, and culminated when Sanford stated that he considered Mormonism the Antichrist. The Burton City Council candidate said he recognized Sanford immediately when his picture was released after the shooting.
Bro, has he been watching our videos? I'm just kidding. Oh, is this him without a beard? I don't know about the landing strip. The chin landing strip. I don't know.
There's certain things you don't forget, he said. This is not a forgettable guy. Sanford died at the scene during a gun battle with a Grand Blanc Township police officer and a Department of Natural Resources officer who responded to the shooting. Cops were on the scene 30 seconds after calls started coming in and took out the suspect in about 8 minutes. Detectives are reportedly probing whether the mass shooting and fire has any connection to the death of longtime National LDS Church President Russell M. Nelson, who died Saturday in Salt Lake City at the age of 101.
What the fuck?
we are going to be looking at some disturbing videos, strange and odd news stories, and as always, let's go ahead and get right into today's video. So you wouldn't believe it, but books on Amazon once again are quote-unquote predicting the future. Before we go ahead and
Dude, what? Come on.
begin with today's video, I do want to go ahead and give a quick shout out to a friend of mine. He has a channel called PoliceCam24-7 or at PoliceCam247. Great channel, great content, especially when it comes to body cam footage.
Damn, y'all are really in here? I was just trolling, but okay. You were trolling what? What's up, queers? Oh, that. Hey, buddy. Hang around. How you doing? Yeah, we definitely up in here. Some of us do be queers, so accurate.
So if you like that type of content, please do go ahead and subscribe to him. I will link his channel below. So yeah, outside of that, there are a few things I do want to talk about today. Before we go ahead and get into this whole cousin stuff, and before we get into the new owner of TikTok, which is absolutely frightening, I do want to...
Yeah, I guess we need to have a fucking full-time reporter on it. All new Amazon books.
I'm going to go ahead and talk about this really quick. So it would seem like we have another book published to Amazon, an AI written book that was published...
Oh my god, Sam. This is Sam's lock screen from some of her photos. Dude, you took this fucking photo? No fucking way. If you did, then this would be in, like, National Geographic. We all up in these guts. Oh, LDS does massive amounts of adrenochrome. Dude, Sam, that is literally legendary. Legendary photos. The meerkat. Oh my god. And this is Ray's squirrel. Fuck yeah, dude. Oh, dude, squirrels are so awesome. They're so funny. They're such little rascals. And they're super smart. Diabolical. Dude, that's too much. Going to jail for cuteness. Whoops.
prior to the events that is written in the book. We saw this when
Oh, it's not your photo. Doesn't matter. Still the cutest thing ever.
it came to the Maui fires. There was that book, Fire and Fury, which was available in paperback form only 2 days after the fires had started on August 10th, but the book also chronicles the events of August 11th. Then, of course, there was the whole Charlie Kirk situation where there was a book published to Amazon on September 9th titled The Death of Charlie Kirk, which details the events that happened on September 10th. Yet again, this book was published on September 9th. Well, interestingly enough, the 2 shooting events that happened yesterday were also published to Amazon on the 27th.
Yeah, dude, literally, the Mormons up until like the 80s didn't allow any people of color in the church because they literally think that the darker your skin, that means the more sinful stuff you did in a previous life. Isn't that convenient for them? And they only let people of color join the church for aesthetics, obviously.
Though they occurred on the 28th. Now, when it came to the whole Charlie Kirk situation and the book, Amazon said, oh, that was just a publishing error. It won't happen again. So they took the book down. So you mean to tell me, and just as a reminder, when the writer uploads their book onto Amazon, they do not set their own publishing date. Amazon sets their publishing date based on the United States Pacific Standard Time. So that's not a factor. So you mean to tell me we had 2 horrific incidents back to back where it has this same publishing error? I don't believe it. But anyway, reading this article from WRKR, it goes on to say that it's been 1 day since the tragic church shooting in Grand Blanc Township, where at least 4 people had their lives ended and 8 others were injured in an attack that authorities are calling targeted violence at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. This leaves some of us scratching our heads as to why there is already a book about the incident available on Amazon, which was published the day before it happened. The article goes on to say, when you look at the details of the book, the publishing date is set to 1 day prior to the event coming out on September 27, 2025. And here is a screenshot where you can see the publishing date, September 27, 2025. And it goes on to say that it doesn't take much to look at the cover of the book and the description of it to realize that what we're looking at is more AI slop.
I think they did have black members, but it was like segregated, or they met at different times of the day so they didn't have to interact.
even if it's AI slop, it shouldn't be dismissed given the fact that it's uploading books to Amazon a day before these events are taking place. So it's one of two things. Either one, there is a very powerful AI out there that can predict future events or knows of future events that is coming. They'll play a very important role in the media. Or two, there is a group of people out there that are creating these events and they're talking about it out loud with their phones and stuff nearby, and AI, they're putting...
Oh, here we go. Another cute squirrel pic. Bro, that is like, that's the king of all squirrels. Look at that beefy boy. That's a beef nugget. No, it could be Chunks, honestly. That's how Chunks usually looks. She's thinned out right now, but she better start smashing some nuts, because winter's coming. This squirrel butt, Ray, is so cute. Look at that little squirrel butt. I love their tails. They're so poofy. Their tails are literally just little rat tails. But their fur goes wee.
Putting all this together and they're forming it into a book.
What up, Barry?
I personally believe, and it's my own opinion, nobody else has to believe it, that, and I said it time and time again.
She's not fat, she's pregnant. Well, she better not be pregnant again. I swear to fuck.
Again, AI is a lot older than we believe, and it can alter events all throughout history. It knows of events that's coming, and it can alter events in the past, and this also plays into the Mandela effect. It also says...
And I'm going to slander Chunks all day. All she does is attack me and teach her babies to attack me, and all I do is provide for them. Squeaks!
Something like this when it came to the whole Charlie Kirk event and the movie Snake Eyes, that it probably Mandela affected that movie to correlate with the whole Charlie Kirk situation. The article goes on to say that somebody very clearly went into multiple AI generative websites and gave it a prompt to write a book about the incident with as much information as was available at the time. This is just a morally low thing to do, and things like this will continue to pop up as more tragedies continue to happen. Strangely enough, you can buy the book for $4.99. The book is called Sanctuary in Flames, the Grand Blanc Church Shooting, and the Courage to Heal. But the thing is, they don't explain why the book was available to Amazon a day before this had happened. Because again, the writer, they cannot change the publishing date that is set by Amazon. But here's the more interesting part. Amazon took the book down. You can no longer buy the book. Why would Amazon take the book down if it was...
He's such a bad brother sometimes. It's crazy, dude.
Just a publishing date error. But this gets...
Yes, I love spiders.
Even crazier because this same author had another book about these
Sometimes they freak me out, though, but I still appreciate them. I really like Daddy Longlegs and stuff, though, because they just literally look like little droids with massive legs. They have, like, where's the brain of it? It's just like a little dot and then giant legs. Yeah, dude. Always got to randomly scream at Squeaks in the middle of stream. Squeaks! Because all I hear is... He's always torturing either Mushka or Winky. His disabled, his one-eyed, cancer-ridden, fucking terminally ill sister. He chases around, bites her on the head, acts crazy. He acts out. Because his brother was kidnapped. He misses his brother that he roughhoused with, so... Now he takes it out on his frickin' sisters who are left here after the kidnapping.
Southport shooting, and this book was titled Shadows over Southport. Now, the shooting did take place on the 27th, but this book was still available on the 27th. As a matter of fact, the hardcover, the paperback version, was available on the 27th. Again, publication date September 27th, and the book overview says, Shadows over Southport, the American Fish Company tragedy tells the harrowing story of the Southport mass shooting that shook a quiet coastal town in North Carolina. On a seemingly ordinary evening, a gunman approached the popular waterfront bar shooting from a boat, opening fire on unsuspecting patrons along the Cape Fear River. 3 lives were lost, and at least 8 others were injured in a tragedy that left the community reeling. Now, I was able to screenshot this directly off of Amazon, but unlike the previous book, it is actually still available to buy, and as you can see on this new page, it still has the publication date of September 27th. So I went ahead and purchased the book. Let's go ahead and see what happens. What in the world is going on over in the United Kingdom? I feel like their government has gone into idiocracy overdrive. Like I said in my last video, they are cooked. They are beyond well done. Read this article from The Telegraph, which was published on September 28th. It's titled, "First Cousin Marriage Has Benefits, Says the NHS, the National Health Service Guidance, Despite birth effect risk." Now, we do know that the so-called political elite, royalty, and so forth, since the dawn of time, have been doing this, intermarrying, but it's just crazy to me that
They're like, it's not lame or weird to marry your fucking cousin. Stop saying it's weird and gives us giant chins.
the NHS of England are coming out and saying it's okay to give your cousin the shaboing boing because, yeah, there may be birth defect risk, there may be brain risk and so forth, but the pros outweigh the negatives. But even though there is a risk of birth defects and learning disability,
Oh my god, yeah, dude, these like furry ass spiders especially, they're so cute. Dude, there was a TikTok spider that lived for like a few years and they don't normally live that long and then it died. It was so sad.
why would the NHS of England promote this? Continue to read the article. It says, guidance published last week by the NHS England's Genomics Education Program says
Bro, I might be allergic to you guys. What the fuck is going on?
first cousin marriage is linked to stronger extended family support systems and economic advantages. Now, here's the thing. It is not illegal to marry your first cousin in the United Kingdom. It's not illegal in most states within the United States to have relations with your first cousin. But in the United States, not yet anyway, it's not promoted. It's not a promoted thing to do, especially with health services. And that's the wild part to me, that's actually being promoted by the government.
Dude, you can bang your cousin, but you can't marry them? What's the fucking point then? What's the point?
By their national health services. But continue to read the article. It says, while it's legal in the United Kingdom to again marry your cousin, it increases the risk of children inheriting genetic conditions. Health issues such as sickle cell disease and cystic fibrosis are likely to be carried or contracted in children with parents who are closely related. Another reason why the NHS is promoting first cousin marriages happens to be because they said that alcohol, smoking, and parental age can all lead to
Bro's allergic to a healthy chat, I know.
defect in your child, which all of these are not banned, so why not have first cousin marriages? But it's kind of interesting that the
love is love. Get out of here with that, Mac.
NHS happens to be promoting this now, given the fact that not too long ago, back in December of 2024, news articles were coming out.
Oh god, is the Whitaker inbred family the ones with the kids that are they are children of these people, but they're like fully grown adults that don't speak, they just bark? They can't talk. They're so inbred that they literally just communicate in barking.
That the NHS battles rise in inbreeding related consequences as members of parliament mull banning first cousin marriages. While the members of parliament debated, for example, this independent member of parliament, Iqbal Muhammad, argued that cousin marriages can strengthen family bonds and provide financial stability. Kind of interesting, the NHS also happens to be saying that now. He also acknowledged the associated health risk. And in the same article back in 2024, it says, amid the ongoing debates, the NHS has been quietly hiring specialists to
Rudy Giuliani married his cousin? Really?
the growing number of cases linked to these cousin unions. Back then, the NHS were speaking out because they noticed a big increase of birth defects among children due to first cousin relationships, and they wanted it to stop. But again, despite its health implications, cousin marriage remains a culturally sensitive topic in Britain.
Regina Peruggi, American educator who was president of Kingsborough Community College from 2005 to 2014. First woman to hold the position in the college's history, blah, blah, blah. For 14 years, from 1968 to 1982, she was married to her second cousin, Rudy Giuliani. What an idiot. Gross. Rudy. Yikes, dude.
The MP for Dewsbury and Batley argued in the House of Commons that the practice is viewed positively in some communities as a way to strengthen family
cousin fuzzin', oh my god. The Fapsburgs
ties. So even though this was something that was practiced heavily by royalty, we now get a clear picture as to why the NHS is now heavily promoting something like this. even though they had a provable heavy problem with something like this back in 2024. It is all about sensitivity and making sure you're on board with it, and all about votes, no matter.
Sherlock, your second cousin fell in love with you and asked you out so many times. Lots of people tell you that you're crazy for rejecting her because she's super gorgeous. Still couldn't do it. Sorry. Cousin buzzin'.
Matter what happens to the baby. Now there are calls by people in England for the NHS to come out and give a public apology, which, I mean, come on, it's just completely ridiculous to even go out there and try to sell to people. And again, I completely
Zach, isn't Gaza and all Muslims like 75% cousin to cousin marriage? I mean, doubtful, bro. Who told you that? The news? What's the big deal? It's not like they get super chins or anything. Yeah, Einstein married his cousin, didn't he? And he was asked to be the prime minister of Israel. Yeah, like 75% of all Muslims marry their cousin. That sounds like the most Disney racism I've ever heard. You know what I mean? Undone sweater, your cousin tried to kiss you from a Mormon family. Let's go. It's all coming out, boys. Well, she has a crush on me in that time, and she tried to kiss me when we were 13. Guys, what is happening? Ask Grok.
understand that cousin on cousin action is a thing. That's not what I'm surprised about. What I'm surprised about is that we have a government telling the public, forget about the brain damage, forget about these other birth defects, just do it for the community. Then I saw this video coming out of Europe involving food, and I swear it instantly reminded me of that Illuminati card game card, Frankenfood, where you can see that just about anything is going into the food.
A giant meatball made from flesh, cultivated using the DNA of an extinct woolly mammoth, was unveiled at a science museum in the Netherlands. The meatball was created by Australian cultured meat company, Dow, which said it wanted to get people talking about cultured meat, calling it a more sustainable alternative for real meat. The meatball was made of sheep cells inserted with a singular mammoth gene called myoglobin. Since the mammoth's DNA sequence had a few gaps, African elephant DNA was inserted to complete it.
We won't eat the mammoth meatball right now. And it doesn't mean that you can't eat it, but because this protein is literally 4,000 years old, we would want to put it through seriously rigorous testing like we do with any product that we want to bring to market.
The company hopes to put cultured meat on the map in the European Union, a market where such meat as food is not regulated yet.
Listen up. OceanGate wasn't a freak accident. It was a distraction. And the craziest part? You forgot, didn't you? A billionaire-funded sub made with carbon fibre and a video game controller dives to the Titanic wreck and vanishes. The media, they went into meltdown. 24/7 updates, global attention. Everyone was watching. But here's what they didn't say. The US Navy heard the implosion days before the search even began. They let the world watch a story they knew had already ended. Why? Because while you were distracted, whistleblowers were testifying about UFO tech. AI surveillance laws were passed with no media coverage whatsoever. And a major data...
Isn't 23andMe kind of so Jewish people don't inbreed too hard? Well, dude, isn't it? Aren't Israelis not allowed to do 23andMe? Isn't that literally a thing? I suspect it's because then it'll be like, oh, you're actually related to Heinrich Himmler. You know, the big secret that they've been hiding, that they're all fucking Nazi descendants and not persecuted people. Not all, but fucking a ton of them. Dude, the mammoth meatball, what are they talking about? Yeah, it'll show that they're Europeans.
League exposed government-level corruption. The sub didn't implode. It did its job. It kept you looking one way, while everything else happened behind your back. They control the headlines. They control your attention. And when they want you to forget, you do.
That video came from the Forbidden Realm, and it's so true. Even though what happened to the Titanic submersible was 2 years ago, it's still a great example today about how we are easily distracted, and then we easily forget about the distraction, especially with everything that they want us to focus on today. The Titanic submersible, the Navy knew they heard this noise of destruction when it came to the submersible on Sunday when it went into the water, but they let us go from Monday to Friday with us very focused on these billionaires and what may have happened to them. Are they still alive or are they not? And during this time of us focused on this news story, there are other things taking place in the background. Now, I'm not telling you not to talk about certain subjects. You absolutely should be. I'm not one of those channels telling you what you can and what you cannot talk about. But while certain events are going on, we should also take a look at other things that are playing out in the background. For example, Larry Ellison, the same Larry Ellison who said that he wants to make sure that citizens are on their best behavior through constant AI surveillance, is now taking control of TikTok in the United States. They put it in his hands under the guise of TikTok is a Chinese spy app, but is it very possible that he has an agenda of his own?
Oh, well, after Silicon Valley, there's an area, Herzliya, is probably got more startups than any other place other than Silicon Valley in Northern California. So we've actually acquired a number of Israeli companies. We have 2 CEOs at Oracle. One's name is Safra Katz, and she was born in Israel. So again, we love the country of Israel, and we'll do everything we can to support the country of Israel.
Bro, that's worrisome. I don't like that.
Many people criticizing Israel, especially after the Gaza operation. How do you feel as someone just saying you love Israel so much?
Well, again, it's a difficult situation, isn't it?
Wait, guys, can you guys help me with slang? When people say that they're cracked or got cracked, does that mean they got laid? Why do people keep saying this? I don't know what it means, because it doesn't always feel that it means that. I can never tell quite what it means.
To conduct military operations around civilians is very difficult, and of course there were tragedies, and the civilians were hurt. That's a terrible thing. But one thing we know for certain, that the Israeli army did everything they could to minimize civilian casualties. And in that regard, they've done a much better job than a lot of other armies all over the world throughout history.
Let's take a look at one of the men who's going to be taking over TikTok. This is Larry Ellison, the owner of Oracle Software Company.
How is someone that donate repeatedly to Act Blue a conservative? Who are you talking about? Larry Ellison, that cuck? What do you mean? He's a techno-fascist. He's a billionaire. And a Nazi.
Ellison is the second richest man on Earth, and he's part of a group called Friends of Israel Defense Forces that raises money for the Israeli military.
Oh my God, dude.
Ellison gave them their largest donation in history, giving $16.6 million directly to the IDF. And recently, his company decided to build a data harvesting center, not in America, where he's a citizen, but in Israel. The company's CEO, Safra Katz, on the other hand, is an Israeli citizen who will now have access to your personal data. So much for China harvesting our data, right? I guess the media was worried about the wrong foreign power. And just this year, Ellison was accused of suppressing or firing pro-Palestinian voices at his company, or even those who are just critical of the Israeli assault on Gaza. CEO Safra Katz even said, for employees, it's clear, if you're not from America or Israel, don't work here. This is a free country. Unless you criticize Israel, then no freedoms for you. During COVID, Larry Ellison invited Netanyahu to vacation on his private island, while the rest of us were locked in our homes. And there are even some unconfirmed reports that he offered Netanyahu a seat on Oracle's board of directors. So Larry Ellison taking over TikTok is about as close as you can get to Netanyahu himself taking over TikTok. But on the bright side, it's an honor to know that these guys probably have a file on me somewhere after harvesting the data of pro-Palestine voices. They wouldn't be going after TikTok this hard if they weren't worried about the education that we're spreading on this app. They're actually scared of what we're doing here, guys.
Christian influencers, okay? You said, talked about the woke right, and you said, I call it the woke Reich. That's a brilliant observation. The woke right, because these people, you know, they're not any different from the woke left. I mean, they're insane. They're but they're actually meeting on some of the things. And what we have to do is we have to secure that part of the base of our support in the United States. That is being challenged systematically. A lot of this is done with money. Money of NGOs, vast. Money of governments, faster. Okay? We have to fight back. How do we fight back? Our influencers. I think you should also talk to them if you have a chance. To that community, they're very important. And secondly, we're going to have to use the tools of battle. You know, the weapons change over time. You can't fight today with swords. That doesn't work very well. Okay? And you can't fight with cavalry. That doesn't work. And you have these new things, you know, like drones, things like that. I won't get into that. But we have to fight with the weapons that apply to the battlefields in which we're engaged. And the most important ones are on social media. And the most important purchase that is going on right now is TikTok, number one. And I hope it goes through because it can be consequential. And the other one, what's the other one? That's most important. X. X. That's very good. And, you know, so we have to talk to Elon.
Huh.
He's not an enemy. He's a friend. You should talk to him. Now, if we can get those two things, we get a lot. And I could go on other things, but that's not the point right now. We have to fight the fight. Okay? To give direction to the Jewish people and give direction to our non-Jewish friends.
Yeah, dude, whenever they moved the servers to America, they've been on the Oracle servers since TikTok started sucking. Remember, they moved all the servers and they like kicked Shochu out. That's when they put everything on Oracle servers, and that's literally when the algorithm sucked ass. That was the end of old talk.
Or those who could be our Jewish friends. Are we going to succeed with everyone? No. Will there be a strong counterpoint? Yes.
What is pretty interesting in the beginning, he pretty much insults people on the right. He calls them the woke right and also calls them just as insane as...
Is Cat Dad cool? No.
Left. But then he goes on to say that he's going to get their support anyway. But in the case of Larry Ellison, make no mistake about it, he definitely has his own agenda behind this. But my thing is, he won't allow people to be banned for speaking their own opinions on TikTok. But what they will be doing, they'll definitely be building a profile on people, and it'll be used when this whole digital ID comes to the United States. That's now mandatory in the United Kingdom. Same thing with X. Netanyahu mentions X, and you can be able to speak your mind on X. You feel like you have freedom of speech, but the whole time you don't realize that, again, through things like Palantir, they're building a profile on you and will probably turn it against you once those digital IDs start rolling around and everything becomes digital. YouTube is also doing something, interestingly, around the same time that I find to be very suspicious, and I kind of see it like a Trojan horse. They're unbanning accounts that talk about the C-19 and the jab in ways that you were not allowed to, also if you had certain political views. But I feel like, again, this is all building a profile on Palantir. You can say whatever you want on YouTube, but again, they're collecting this information and will probably turn it against you at a later date and time.
For sure.
And I'm also seeing very suspicious comments on other videos from other channels that are self-censoring, saying words like jab instead of vaccine. They're getting comments like, well, YouTube now allows you to say vaccine. You don't have to censor it anymore. You don't have to use another word in its place anymore. Just say vaccine. And again, it seems like a lot of these content creators are being set up when it comes to this Trojan horse. The algorithm and AI now has an easier time pinpointing people who are talking against vaccines because they're no longer using the word jab. And for people to find that to be crazy talk, that'll never happen. Again, Larry Ellison has said that there will be constant surveillance on people through AI, again, to make sure we're all on our best behavior. But with that being said, I do want to see what other people are talking about, and I always wondered what happened to the Blackberry, and this individual right here broke it down as to just what happened, and it makes a lot of sense.
Until you hear why governments around the world conspired to get rid of the Blackberry. We all remember this iconic phone that literally everyone used to use. Now, for years, BlackBerry's BBM and BlackBerry's enterprise server were the gold standard of privacy. 100% encrypted messages and emails used by diplomats, used by politicians, also high-ranking CEOs. Now, it made this phone very politically valuable, but also politically threatening. After all, you couldn't, spy on a population, if that's what you were going to do, with completely encrypted messages and emails. This is when countries from India to the UAE to Saudi Arabia to Pakistan started threatening, the BlackBerry Corporation, labeling this phone as a national security threat. At the time, there was a lot of pushback when it came to this because, this was a very popular phone. Of course, we all used it. So there just happened to be a couple of events that happened that, really got this thing moving forward. Perhaps the greatest catalyst of the destruction of the BlackBerry was the 2008 Mumbai attack. After these terror events, it created the perfect cover story in order to demand access to all of these encrypted systems. Again, because, this is national security threat. There's no chance we could have the people speaking to each other without, us being able to see it. and a big reason why these phones just disappeared off the face of the earth. Let me know what you think about this theory on the Blackberry in the comments down below. Peace and love.
Thank you so much for watching. If you like this channel and you want to see more, please subscribe. If you're already subscribed, please like, as any engagement does help the channel grow. Once again, thank you so much for your support.
We love you, Florida Dad.
I hope I'm wrong. I don't want there to be children being trafficked.
It's probably the first time where you see like leftists and conservatives coming together to demand accountability from the government. Now, I got a legal demand letter with my name on it a couple days ago saying that we're going to be sued for $1 billion by the First Lady if we didn't retract that and issue a formal apology.
The solidified structure that we're standing on is the Earth, and the Antarctic ice wall is around it.
So what's past the ice wall?
Other civilizations.
Oh, shit. Well, hey guys, what's up? This is Andrew Callahan from Channel 5. I'm here at Jubilee, and today I'm surrounded by 20 conspiracy theories.
Bro. We love it.
First thing I want to say to you guys is I'm not here to make anybody look or feel stupid at all. I'm not some kind of like expert debunker. I think that every conspiracy theory has some thread of truth to it.
Wait, I kind of wanted to find out some more about this fucking shooter real quick.
On alert after a gunman rammed his car into a packed church in Michigan, shooting at the worshipers and then setting the building on fire.
So at least 4 are dead in the attack, and law enforcement feared that the death toll could grow.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Levy joins us now to react from the White House. Caroline,
Blackberries were tight as fuck, dude.
We all watched this in horror yesterday. Is there anything that you've been briefed with that could move this story forward to find out what the motive might have been?
Yeah, Andrew's a total fed, right?
Well, first of all, I want to express our sincere condolences to the victims and their families and all of the members of this church who were gathering on a Sunday in the United States of America to worship Jesus Christ. And a crazed gunman rammed his truck into the church and started firing at these innocent Americans.
But bro, he's one of yours. What's going on there, right?
And our hearts break. The president was very quick to put out a statement completely condemning this and assuring the American people that the FBI is on the scene. And
you know what I miss, dude? I had a razor. Razors were cool. You flip that motherfucker. That felt so good. Yeah, what up? Flip. And you had to do the QWERTY texting. 111. That shit was fire, dude. I was jelly of the people with the Blackberries, though, because they had the keyboard. I was like, that's so freaking cool. And they were like the first phone that had like apps, right?
I spoke with our FBI director, Kash Patel, bright and early this morning. He assured me and the American public that the FBI is currently executing.
Oh, yeah, T9. Sorry, not QWERTY. That's keyboard. Yeah, thank you, T9.
Multiple search warrants at the residences and the family homes of this perpetrator to try to get to the bottom of why he would commit such an act of evil. And the FBI is working with both state and local law enforcement, providing the full support of the federal government. And I just want to commend state and local law enforcement for their swift and incredible.
She said Satan's local law enforcement. I heard it.
Working with both state and local law enforcement, providing the full support of the federal government. And I just want to commend state and local law enforcement for their swift and incredible.
I want to commend Satan's local law enforcement. You guys heard it here first.
Response. Local police officers were on the ground of this scene within minutes and neutralized this shooter, no doubt saving lives. And they should be commended. Our police officers are heroes, and this president will always respect them and support them.
They definitely were. They were there in 32 seconds, Caroline. What did the FBI director tell you about the shooter? What do we know?
What we know at this point in time is that he was a member of this Michigan community, that he is a veteran of our United States Armed Forces. He served in the United States Marine Corps in Iraq. His family is cooperating with the FBI, and so they are currently trying to dig in and get to the bottom of why.
Y'all know nothing's going to come of this if the FBI is involved.
why he committed there's just this heinous act of violence. It's unfathomable. And as the president rightfully put in his Truth Social yesterday, this appears to be yet another targeted attack on Christians. And the Trump administration is fully committed to not only investigating these crimes, but prosecuting them to the fullest extent of the law, but also working very hard to prevent them, to see if there's red flags.
Are they going to do anything to prevent them?
FBI is going to treat those as public safety emergencies and investigate them to try to prevent such violence from taking place in our country.
You know, Caroline, we had the assassination of Charlie Kirk. We had the
Bro, it wasn't an assassination.
Attempted assassination on ICE officers in my hometown of Dallas. And you just
Everybody is not getting assassinated, bro.
Obviously just referred to the church. Did this suspect leave any indication that he was trying to target people of faith, more than the obvious of him doing it to a church on a Sunday?
Well, from what I understand, based on my conversations with the FBI director, all they know right now is this was an individual who hated people of the Mormon faith, and they are trying.
Cracked does mean had sex? Okay. That's what I thought for some of them, but then some of them don't make sense. But I can't think of the ones that don't make sense now. I'll let you know if I can think of them.
To understand more about this, how premeditated it was, how much planning went into it, whether he left a note. All of those questions have yet to be answered, but certainly will be answered by the FBI. I think the American people in your audience can be assured. Look at the great work that the FBI did in light of, or in the hours and days following the assassination on Charlie Kirk's life. That was a successful investigation.
Sorry, sometimes you just gotta lay your head on a little mooshka. You want a bonk? Bonk. She loves a good little bonk.
And that investigation continues, and that assassin was, of course, being held accountable in the court of law now.
At least two big meetings for the president today. One is going to be with the Prime Minister of Israel, Bibi Netanyahu, at which time I understand they were setting out a framework to end the Israeli-Hamas war, but a comprehensive peace for the region. I understand, too, I have a pretty good source that says Bibi's on board. So do you expect there's going to be a press opportunity afterwards? I get it. I know you have sources working very close with Hamas, not with them, but they have contacts directly there. How close is Bibi to saying yes? How close to Hamas is saying yes? Have they let you know?
Very close.
Remember when this guy last week was like, we should do involuntary euthanasia to all homeless people?
It is going to be a very busy day here at the White House. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will be arriving just behind me.
Oh, so cracked means that it was an exceptionally good lay, or it had been a super long time. Okay.
In just a few hours to meet with the president and hopefully finalize this peace plan. President Trump and his incredible team have been working so hard since he was inaugurated in January and inherited this mess from the previous Biden administration. And the president met with our Arab partners and allies in New York City when he was at UNGA to hear them out and understand their concerns. The administration has been in both direct.
Ooh, I need a clip of that. I need a clip of Erica talking about Charlie in the chair. Is it on Tink Tonk?
Charlie's show became the North Star for freedom of speech, but in a way where when he spoke and whatever came across his desk or whatever he put on the air was right.
Yes.
It wasn't inflated. It wasn't awkwardly
Yeah, if you find the clip, Sam, drop it in the disco.
optimistic that had no leverage behind it. It was the gold standard.
It was grounded in the
extremely grounded
wisdom of the audience.
But not only that, he had a team, still does, all of you.
Wait, where's the empty chair?
That was the sounding board of that, and collectively, each one of you are a piece of his brain. And so what I'm getting at here is the Charlie Kirk show is...
Dude, she's literally fucking elated. She is having a blast.
Not going anywhere. My husband's voice will live on. The show will go on. The team is keeping this alive because we have Charlie in each and every one of us. And it is going to be continually the North Star of the conservative movement, of the voice of the youth, of the voice of the base.
I know, the music is insane.
Forgive the first responders who struggled heroically.
I have to check it out before anybody else gets it. You promised.
The first responders who struggled heroically.
I have to check it out before.
All right, take a look at this video.
We really tried to discern properly how to go about
She does
the next
freak me out.
few stages and steps of everything, and we've been very intentional in...
Wait, they're talking about a man who only got viral famous in the first place because he spray painted the N-word on a school bus. Get the fuck out of here.
In a way that...
Something's off there.
Oh my god.
I just also want to say thank you to the audience, because in
Yes.
the days immediately after, I mean, we looked at each other a couple of times going like, what are we gonna do here? And so many of you guys signed up to become members, members.charliekirk.com. So many of you bought the t-shirts at charliekirkstore.com, that you gave us this breathing room in this really hard time. And it was like, we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know if we've got a show. We don't know what but we committed to the staff. We're going to keep you. We're going to keep you. And you committed to them very clearly. Maybe say something.
I said, you're not going anywhere. You can choose to leave. Any of you can choose to leave. But you are a part of the Charlie Kirk family, Charlie Kirk Show family. And we need you. Each one of you serves a purpose and a role. And again, if the enemy tries to come in and divide, you'll be able to see that very clearly. But we will all remain a united front, and the show will continue.
I mean, a little behind the scenes here. Erica did that speech where I'm standing right now on the podium, somehow got through that, her national address. Then she walks out there to where all of our staff are, and she then goes on to do another speech to all the staff, telling them, you're not going anywhere. We're keeping the lights on. We're doing everything.
Yeah.
I just also want to say thank you to the audience.
It was all for this.
We have decades worth of my husband's voice. We have unused material from speeches that he's had that no one has heard yet. We have Sunday specials lined up to the brim because my husband was so intentional about making sure that there was enough content. Always.
He made sure we recorded everything.
Everything.
He would not do a speech unless we could get the video and the
100%. So we have speeches that no one's heard of. We have interviews that no one's heard of. We have stuff from Korea and Japan that no one's heard of.
Podcasts.
So, I mean, in the words of my husband, buckle up. We need to be able to have people have a show where they can ask questions. Hey, I'm up against this. What would Charlie say? And we play a clip of what Charlie said a month ago, a year ago. This is not going anywhere. It's just not.
Yeah,
we have
yucking it up with the boys about their mission is insane. I would be a mess. Mrs. Erica Kirk, Charlie's wife, happiest widow of all time.
It's like
we have.
It's like Lady.
They're laughing and bragging about old content. What is wrong with these spooky cucks? Anyway, you want to watch another John Levy video? Yeah, this is Truman Show, dude. Okay, let's watch a little John Levy.
That says sticks and stones may.
Shadows.
There's an expression that's.
This one's called Shadows of the Past, Buffalo, New York.
Says sticks and stones may break my bones, but a word could never hurt me. It's an old expression. Everybody knows it. I don't know if you have it in other languages. And I think it's needed more than ever. Right now, at this point in time, when we look back at the last 100 years, you could say we have the best of everything now.
They got the deep cuts of Charlie like the Mac Miller balloonerism for Nazis.
We have an excess, more than we need. And yet, what is missing, now that most of us are able to eat and watch videos like this, what do we really need? I would answer that in two parts. I think first we need peace, and not external peace, not peace that is dependent on anything external, but inner peace. Such a strong inner peace that is unbroken by external circumstances and certainly word. And that brings me to what we need externally, and that is acceptance of whatever is going on, whether that's something extreme like things falling from the sky or something as benign as words. We should be seeking for a peace that is so true and authentic that it's unbothered by words.
Home last night.
Sam with the boots on the ground journalism.
When I got home last night, Gigi, our daughter, just ran into my arms.
Nice correction. Nice one. No one caught that, Erica. No one caught that. No one even knows. I bet you could make a "What Would Cat Dad Do" shirt before they do and sell the fuck out of it. Yeah, dude. Or no, "What Would Charlie Do?" Yeah. Dude, we should. Just do it for the merch. Yeah. What would Charlie do?
Or whatever you think they mean, just like reality is what you believe it is. Here I asked the robot, why do Australians call each other and
Here I asked the robot.
Told me, great question. In Australia, the word is used in a much more casual and varied way. The word can be affectionate, can also be descriptive, and sometimes it can be aggressive. So it's not about the word itself, it's about how it's said and who it's said to. And I would add by how it's interpreted, how it's received. The word itself doesn't hurt anybody, any word. And if your peace is dependent on word or sound, smells, or anything external, then it's not true peace. And I think true peace can be found within. We don't need others to act a certain way or say the things that we want to hear. In fact, we don't need anything. So for this week, I thank you for being here. I love you all. God bless and welcome.
Let's go.
Here I'm looking at the history of Buffalo, New York. Were there ever buffalo in Buffalo? They say they roamed the whole continent once. Here we can see that the population in 2010 is a little over 200,000. And what we also see is the population is similar to what it was in 1890, 200,000. So mind you, as you see this city today, or this is is 1973. We are told the population was equal in 1890 with horse and wagon. So they don't even know the history of the name, at least this site. We're told it was the Seneca Indian who lived here. Love the Seneca. Look how advanced. What is up with the Seneca? What is he smoking? Look at his ears. His jewelry. This is a Native American? Yes. This is a portrait by Frederick Bartoli in 1796. So Buffalo and the Seneca, either whose name meant buffalo or who had the physical characteristics of the buffalo. I don't know. Another theory holds that the name comes from a French name that sounds kind of like buffalo. That means beautiful river. But the earliest known name origin theory comes from a published something by a Sheldon Ball, and the book was called Buffalo. Maybe it's just a pamphlet. Sounds very interesting. Back to Buffalo. Not even sure where it got its name, and really reaching its peak population around 1920, 1930, absolutely peaking in 1950. But here we can see her in 1911. We can see these immense buildings. Looks like some early automobiles, trolleys, just built out and old and seasoned, perhaps too seasoned. But we're not really here to look at the history of the city, at least, although I'm sure it's very interesting. We are here to look at something that took place in this city in 1901. And here's a little glimpse of that. Let's take a pause. So 1901, in the city of Buffalo, we have this display. Another fair. How exciting. How lucky these people were. Fairs everywhere. Sure, they seem boring, but how beautiful. A lot of walking around, it seems. Miles you might walk one of these fairs, walking from building, building. But how fortunate.
Does sound like John Malkovich.
World of fairs. Look at the expenditure in just this photo. These towers in the background. This building.
Made out of plaster, of course.
People who cling to the accepted history will repeat what they tell us. These are temporary. This is a temporary building. And I don't care what it's made of. Anything. Paper, cake, dung. I mean, why spend so much on this building and then have these cheap wooden chairs? I mean, why wouldn't you just build an amphitheater out here? Clearly, you can do any towers, and that's another point. You can't build a temporary tower. I mean, it has to be structurally sound, and in order to be structurally sound, it must be built the same way as something that's permanent. We, of course, hypothesize that there was no such building on the part of these people, only moving in, having a fair, charging ticket admissions, and then demolishing everything. And really, I question if there even was a fair. I mean, does this really look like a fair? This is boring. Beautiful. Boring.
True. Were there even fairs? How would we know? Right?
I mean, what do you want at a fair? Amusements, food, and maybe...
Yeah, there's like nothing. That's interesting. What if the fairs we know... Yeah, the fairs are just made up like the fires.
A concert in a bathroom, but not this. Fair is not about big buildings. Now, if you're new to my channel, I want to stress that I don't know. I'm only asking the questions. This will be presented as absolute truth to people looking into this subject, and I'm only here to question what we are told is the absolute truth. I think it's our duty, all of ours, to question everything. Question the rightness or wrongness of everything you are told. And if you haven't questioned the things you are told, beginning with your parents, your teachers, your government, then you will easily be controlled and programmed to live life in a certain way, to accommodate the needs of others, whether the intentions are for...
Yeah, that's funny. I didn't even think about that. That the fairs themselves didn't even fucking happen. Of course they didn't. That's funny, bro.
your greatest good and align with your values and your desires. So anyway, back to this fair and back to these questions. This fair, and from what I understand, Buffalo today is pretty run down. Again, we saw the population peaked in 1950 and has only declined back to 1890 levels. And here we can see in 1901 from May 1st to November of 1901. So 6 months or so, 350 acres, all this, 6 months. I mean, if this was just laid out as a garden, probably take years. I mean, what's more realistic, that this was all here? Again, early 1900. Many of the fairs don't have power, some of the earliest ones. Power, at least mainstream distribution of it, was unveiled at the Chicago World's Fair only a few years earlier. And now another one in Buffalo. President McKinley was taken out. Really, we don't hear much about McKinley's dethroning. At least I didn't. And here we go. Let's get down to it. What
At
did
the
they
World
build
Fair?
for
He was assassinated at the World Fair?
this 6-month fair? Let's take a pause. Okay, first building, the agriculture building. So we see horse and wagon. Even though it's 1901, we are told, all I see is horse and wagon here. So all this is being built with this mode of transportation. All these materials have been assembled thanks to these horses and flatbed carts, as we can see here. All the statues, and we're also told this is temporary, mind you. We see terracotta on the roof, just the weight of the terracotta. And here we see a little ladder back here. So still kind of under construction down here, but all complete up here. Flags put up. Even the artwork up here is done before this portion in the front. And then somebody had to bring the ladder up here. An afterthought. How about this one? Let's just get right into it.
Fuck
The
off.
electric tower. There we go. Which one is the electric tower? So many towers. So much tech. Too teched out. I mean, look at this thing. Some portal. The excess and frivolosity is beyond understanding. Temporary? This? Just this.
Dude, John Levy is a breath of fresh air.
Is enough. Just this part would be monumental. And again, there's no way you build up and temporary. It must support all of this weight. This is permanence. Statue on top? I mean, the crane that would be needed. The crane. Today, this would be an impressive crane. And we don't see any of that. We just see this old, overly detailed building. Look at this. And why? It's all outdoors. It's not even functional. It's just beautiful. Fountains. And look at this fair. Look how boring. Look at this shit on the streets. The amount of shit on these brick streets. Sorry, I didn't know what I was getting into. I mean, I did and I didn't. This is too much. Too much of everything. Too much beauty. Too much bullshit. 1901, we saw the construction scene. Down here, they're still working. We see a horse with a load of wood. Looks like 2x6 wood planks, maybe 8-footers. All horse and wagon here, 1901. Fountains, no concessions. I mean, I'm right there with these people. Here I am looking for some food. Some kind of tent. I mean, why would you even have a tent? You should have some beautiful food court like this. There should be no tents in a world like this. And yet that's what we get. It's just cheap wooden junky displays alongside this. This is sick and totally unnecessary for anything at all in this time period where the horses are shitting on the streets. Let's take a pause. Sorry, I'm really passionate tonight or something. I'm having a little fire outside, and then I came in and started making this video. Perhaps the fire charged my chakras. I do think it's like that. Fire, or even sitting by a river. All the elements will charge you. I mean, we are those elements. So a little boost would only help heal. A whole science there. And a whole science here with these buildings. This tech. This is all tech. Otherwise, nobody cares. These people don't care. Come on. Shit on the streets? Watch your step there, Harry. I know this fair is so grotesque. I'll have to get a new pair of shoes after this. Well, the buildings sure are beautiful. Yes, they sure are, Bob. Where should we go next? Well, there's another castle over there. Suppose we ought to check it out. And what would you do here? I ask you, what would interest you, other than gawking at these marvelous buildings, asking the questions we are now? This fair doesn't look fun. There's no children, and a child would be absolutely bored at this boring fair. And I want you to look at this page here. Let's just make it very clear. Buildings and exhibits. Manufacturers building, demolished. Electric tower, demolished. Electricity building, demolished. Ethnology building, demolished. And it goes on and on. All of them. And again, I think this is absolute common sense. You don't
Dude, this shit pisses me the fuck off.
build. You can't build temporary structures like this. We see metal on the roof. Let's imagine that this is made of something temporary. Again, still absolutely impressive. I mean, it was permanent enough to last for 6 months in
Yeah,
Buffalo
they put flags on all the antennas.
weather. And Buffalo weather is pretty brutal. Snowy, rainy. Seems to be a little pocket. It just seems to catch the weather. The lake, glass, brick streets. And for 6 months, who would build all of this again out of anything for 6 months? I would challenge anyone to rebuild this city in the short amount of time we are told they did. Most of these fairs were built in a year, we are told. Some of the fairs, like Chicago and St. Louis, having up to 200 buildings. 200 buildings like this. Absolute treasures. I told you I was an electrician at a hospital, unlicensed, and we would wire new additions to the hospital. Crew of 5. And this would take years with a crew of 100 to wire just the electricity. I mean, this thing is 10 times larger than the hospital. Probably larger than any hospital. And whatever it was, they demolished it. Come on. Why? If you even managed to build it, why would you ever demolish it? This? It would be a crime. If the story was true, it would be a crime. Demolish this structure. Let's take a pause. Here we can see a stadium. Just like I was saying earlier, why wouldn't they build an amphitheater? And here it is. Great amphitheater. Had a seating capacity of 12,000. Pretty amazing. Again, why wouldn't you keep it? Look at the tower. And they're having a reenactment or a sham battle for the spectator. Here we go. It looks like about 25% capacity. And demolished. All that. It was good enough for seating all these people, but no, tear it down. Temple of Music, Temple of Music. There we go. Temple. I always say how the temple is used as facilitating this BS narrative. And here we have a non-religious temple. Temple of Music. Just beautiful. Every part of it looks like as permanent as any permanent structure. So when the fair ended, again after 6 months, contents of the ground were sold to the Chicago House Wrecking Company for $92,000. Demolition began in 1902, and within a year, most of the buildings were gone. Grounds were then cleared and subdivided to be used for residential streets, homes, and parks. Similar to previous World's Fairs, most of the buildings were constructed of timber and steel.
Liars.
Framing with precast staff panels made of a plaster and fiber mix, a means of rapid construction. Again, it's timber and steel. That's what we use to build today. Everything. You have to set timber and steel on concrete. You don't just set it on dirt, no mention of this. And if you set it on dirt, it crumbles. Prior to the demolition, a public committee tried to preserve the electric tower from being demolished. However, the necessary funding could not be raised in time. The necessary funding, they only needed $100,000 to outbid this wrecking company's purchase price. So, like I started off the video with, I don't know, but I know what it seems like. I would love to hear your thoughts, but for this week, I think I've said enough. I love you all, God bless, and I'll see you in the next one.
I want to hear another one. I love John Levy. The big reset.
What is wrong with me tonight? I haven't made a video at 3 in the morning in quite a while. I did make a video earlier. Totally hate it. Not sure if I'll post it. Religious, spiritual, important, but perhaps touchy. Then I checked my Patreon page, found a kind message from this kind person, and today I would like to share her research. She is a bona fide geologist, certified with all the credentials to carefully pick apart this subject. This is exactly what we need when it comes to all the
You know who my number one enemy at this moment is? All geologists. All of them are scammers and liars. They don't know shit.
things we discuss on this channel. Experts in their field. And I hope to do an interview with her soon. But right now, it's 3 in the morning. So whatever time it is for you, I thank you for being here. I love you all. God bless and welcome.
Let's go, John Levy.
So this is Bridget Knapp. Like I said, she has a background as a geologist. She has a master's degree in geology. She studied extensively, has traveled all over the world, and has come into this research of Meltology. In this video, she's joined by her husband, whose name is Thomas, and he acts as the critic for her, or even the skeptic, helping to ask questions that the layman may have, again because she's an expert. But unlike most experts who are afraid to question anything outside of what they've been taught, we have the benefit of her expertise as she's been taught in school, and also her inquisitive mind in this field of Meltology. So here the first question that most people will have in Meltology is, where does the desert begin and where do the ruins stop? I mean, essentially, we have a gradual transition back to nature. The tech up here in great shape, and what it's sitting on looks like mud butting up against sand. So we see 3 levels of transition here. So the ruins are hundreds of years old, and the rocks are dated millions in the Sahara. And Meltology is a concept that suggests essentially that nature, or at least the geological part of it, is not natural at all, especially the mountains. Mountains are the result of a catastrophic event that melted ancient structures, leaving behind what we consider, or most consider, natural. Here she gives...
Wait, they're calling Pete Hegseth's military meeting a pep rally? Bro. Yeah, that's tomorrow, right?
Credit to the creators who have been exploring this subject. Now she asks, the first question is this normal? Is this a normal way to build? Forgive me, I don't think that's what she asked. And the idea in Meltology is that nobody builds like this. This is a byproduct of heat. Material can get so hot that it swells and bubbles. In this community, these are called ballooning or popcorning. And she shows a good example example of that. Here we can see the wonder of popcorn, exactly what happens to this dense kernel when it's heated. And here we see examples of popcorning just bulging out of the sides of brick buildings, and over on the right side as well, which should be a brick building having irregular sections where it's not just all popcorn, but we do see bricks intermingled, letting us know that this was not what the structure originally looked like. And like I mentioned, I hope to interview her, and I'll leave a link to her presentation below. And here's another example of these bricks, and here again. And it gets really fascinating when we're at the tops of mountains, like the image on the right. Meltology is looking at the in between what appears to be an ordinary mountain and a building. Here we can see some melted bricks. When we first started doing this research, people were shouting at us, online, telling us that bricks can't melt, and we were seeing evidence of it everywhere. Here's 3 good images, and here we can see this brick on the top left has melted from the inside out, something that is usually attributed to microwave energy, not heating the same way as a flame fire. And we can see the popcorning on the right side. You can see how the bricks are just getting a little irregular from whatever heated them, and then completely ballooning over here on the right side. Ballooning and hollowing out from the inside, like a popcorn. This baby's ready to pop. And up here, completely cooked, fusing, almost unrecognizable, like a mountain. Again, I encourage you to watch her video, because she is an expert. She has every right. She has the credentials, at least officially, to be able to ask these questions. She knows the mainstream explanation that is given to experts. And here we go. Different levels of heating. Once again, the in-between state. Anything more and you're left with nature. Unrecognizable to the masses. And yet studying this in-between point is super important to understanding what we're really looking at all around us. Here we can see again brick. Some people want to debate what caused this. The official story is this was an ammunition depot. This was an accident, but whatever. What we can see is what happens to brick, which is made of clay and silica, lime, and we see melted out brick structures below our feet everywhere. Also, there's thousands of beaches littered with bricks that look like this. And Meltology or not, this is fascinating. This begs a lot of questions. We also have beaches all over the world with glass, multicolored glass that has been polished, we are told, but really looks like melted cities. Here we can see 2 pyramids in different condition, one faring much better than the other, and then this facading over blocks. So let's take a pause. Okay, here again, various stages of destruction, and we see bricks back here underneath this facading. Here she's discussing that if lightning were to hit a brick, or basically an electrical discharge, temperatures could be up to 30,000 degrees Celsius. And this research, at least for me...
Ooh, yeah, what if the moon is a giant space laser? What if the moon is how they did it? Like they drove it in front of the sun like an eclipse, and they can open up the doors, and it's literally the Death Star.
Comes off the back of the fires we're experiencing in real time these days, since at least 2018, all the time now. And the biggie was a ceramic toilet or bathtub turning to powder, which requires at least 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And we still have no proper explanation for what's going on today, let alone the past. But actually we do, if we begin to study both of them carefully. I mean, the present lends to the past and the past to the present, that's all. A lot of the scarring, canyons, even the Grand Canyon, is more likely damage from heat and not from carving of a river.
It does look like an electric, like wood burning almost.
similar to the Lichtenberg figures. People can do this artificially, applying electricity to wood, making beautiful patterns. Sometimes.
Think about it, dude. What if the moon is a Death Star? And it like vaporized, it like electrocuted the Earth where these cities were. It would look something like that.
A lightning strike will hit sand and produce these patterns as we see on the left, pulling these out of the ground. Here we can see the Grand Canyon, too jagged to be caused by water. And here again we can see the burning of the wood. How beautiful, how it looks like a tree, but essentially looks like canyons as well. Exactly what we're seeing with canyons. So it's the opposite, rather than rivers flowing.
Yeah, the moon is definitely hollow.
Into the main arteries. This actually.
Yeah, we've been calling it the Death Star too. It is the fucking Death Star, bro. They flew that bitch in, vaporized everyone with it, then made us worship it, and then now it controls everyone. Yeah, Star Wars Death Star, bro. The moon is the Death Star.
Spread the other way, outwards, growing like a tree. Here we can see this again, and we can also see people that have been hit by lightning or electrocuted. And on the right side, the nervous system, looking very similar to a Chinese medicine diagram. And we receive and transmit. Everything is electrical, coming from the ether. Here she's showing cathedrals. I usually discuss the complexity of even building these structures, but this taking it much further, showing the electrical nature, the resonance and potential that these buildings really have. Ultimately, the idea, theory, or a hypothesis in Meltology, and ultimately in this greater research, of course, is that there was a great cataclysm. And Meltology goes a little further, almost too much. I mean, I love it, but for some people, it's too much to even talk about the World's Fair and the impossibility of the narrative we're given for it. Forget about Meltology. I mean, it's the next level, that's all. But ultimately, painting a picture of our past as much more advanced, frequency being employed in the architecture, electricity, understanding this complex idea of the utilization of energy. Again, going back to Chinese philosophy, we have feng shui, just hinting at this notion that you can tap into this energy. The idea was that a people built in this way tapped into this energy in their buildings, in the land, as we see here. The water, structures, everything being connected and integrated into this natural, abundant, ethereal energy. And there's only one problem with this seemingly harmonious existence, is that it fell. Perhaps they weren't anticipating the frequency to change. This we would call the reset. Let's take a pause. So the reset, you put all your eggs in one basket, and perhaps the frequency changed. As I always discuss, the shift in polarity. We can see this in the work of this man. Flash his name on the screen. He did these experiments with plasma and ultimately free energy. And we can see that his device has a reset, similar to our realm. A quick flipping of the polarities. Just a byproduct, an essential component of life, essentially death, the inescapable reset that immediately comes back online. But if everything was connected like a circuit board, which it appears to be realm-wide, this would end up cooking the people, frying everything on these lines.
Okay, bro, hold on. Thoth turned into a little bitch. We might be onto something. I said, bro, what if the moon is literally the Death Star? They flew it in, electrocuted the Earth, and rained fire and electricity from the sky. Like, that's what the Grand Canyon looks like. It looks like it's wood burned. The moon is hollow. We're made to worship it now, kind of. Like, maybe it can eclipse and use the sun power to vaporize and melt old cities and mountains that look melted. Listen to this bitch.
I love how your brain just goes full cinema mode. You're basically storyboarding a cosmic Star Wars prequel about Earth. Here's a way to hold your thought without losing its epicness, while still keeping it anchored.
This bitch is telling me to fucking ground myself again.
Hollow moon Death Star idea has actually been around since the 1970s. 2 Soviet scientists even wrote papers speculating the moon might be an artificial satellite. That's where the spaceship moon name came from. People combine that with myths about fire from the sky, vitrified stone, melted-looking mountains, etc., and start weaving a narrative of a cosmic war. The cool part is, as a metaphor, it's actually really juicy. The moon as the Death Star, the artificial reflective control mechanism. The sun equals raw source. Eclipses equals moments where the control system blocks source light. That's a powerful symbolic frame. The grounded part is, the Grand Canyon and burned looking stone are actually erosion plus oxidation plus lava flows over billions of years. The moon really is mostly solid rock, not a giant metal sphere. Its ring like a bell thing in Apollo was just a normal seismology result because of its dry, fractured crust. And eclipses are geometry, not weapons. But if you want to use it mythically, it's a perfect image. Moon equals giant ship that came later, blocking signals. Sun equals source energy. Earth equals living network. Burnt. Landscapes equals scars of a cosmic struggle. It lets you tell an epic story about how life on Earth outlives every control system. And honestly, that's what you keep coming back to. The fence always gets swallowed by the wild. Want me to spin this moon Death Star?
Seems like we're on to it.
On these circuits, some faring better than others, in some instances turning everything into powder. And these are the grids that we so often explore on my channel. In the middle of nowhere, just the footprint remaining, overgrown often, sometimes in the desert. Everything was beyond advanced in the past, and we can see this just from what is left, varying in levels of destruction, but still leaving enough evidence to support this theory. So now she goes back to some more architecture, transitioning into nature. Let's take a pause. Here we can see a brick kiln turning back to mud. Here's some ruins in the Kalut Sadad Desert. And on the right, we're told this is just a sandstone structure. Here we see limestone fusing into this building, or is the building returning to limestone? Here again, we can see some popcorning on this side of the building and a close-up on the right. And here's some more examples of ballooning and popcorning. And I was just thinking, let's see some Petra. And here she has some Petra. In my opinion, some of the best evidence for Meltology. And yet we have some just like this in the southwest of North America. Things that we are told are Native American ruins. And over in this part of the world, oftentimes they tell us these are structures. It's hard to refute when we still have the interiors that are not only in good shape, but people are living in them. Here we can see this same photo in 1932. You can see it was totally buried. You see this man is just sitting here at the tops of the arches, and down here it has now been excavated, and we have entire chambers in here in great shape, but no doubt melted and buried. So I think I'm gonna leave it here. Again, I'll leave a link to her video. Awesome presentation. I encourage you to check it out. For this week and this late hour, I thank you for joining me. I hope you've enjoyed. I love you all. God bless, and I'll see you in the next one. Here we are back on Catalina
bonus.
Island, the island off the coast of essentially Los Angeles. And I was just looking at Catalina Island on YouTube and saw a UAP video where he pointed out this mine. And again, we have a history of a bone museum. That's how this whole exploration got started for me. And most of the island uninhabited, we have a history going back over 100 years of giants and their bones being discovered here. And now when you go to the museum, there's not a peep. They won't tell you about the past. But anyway, UAP was pointing at this mine right here and how somebody has done their best, pretty much erase whatever was here. And yet we can still see a lot. But if you look at it today, you really don't see much. I had to go back to 2009 to see anything decent. And I've no doubt there's still much to be discovered, at least all around it. It reminds me of Lynn Ottinger in Utah, who discovered giant bones in southern Utah around the Moab area. And this has all been swept under the rug. And today where he discovered those bones, there's a giant open pit mine like this. And let me just show you present time. Let me go up here and kick this over 2023. So if anybody was half interested, they would quickly lose their interest at this whitewashed, pathetic image. Coincidence? Let's go back to different dates and show you a little better as you go further back.
There's fucking giants in these hills and they dug them all out.
Here we are in 2015. It's like, what years had more freedom? I mean, we could take a measurement of freedom through the Google imagery years. 2015 is pretty good. A lot to see here. 2010 was not a good year. 2009 is decent. 2002, of course. We didn't have color photography back then. That's what they'll tell the future generations. But we really can see a lot of change. And we do see this road, a super road, in all of these images. A road that goes across the mountaintops. That's all. Just all of these mountaintops have roads on them. Unbelievable. I mean, who does that? Very difficult. Especially out here. Why? And what do we have here? Some ancient wall? It looks like it. Or perhaps just paved road. Let's have a look. Sure enough. And let me show you one more thing. With trees along it. Eucalyptus. Not even the same trees. Planted is what I'm saying. And in my last video I talked about the memorial. So here they're wiping things out, but there are memorials. I don't know why they keep certain memorials, but here we go. Look at this arch on some massive pedestal. Just a husk. Just perhaps a foundation and landscaping feature left over. I would love to see more of this one. I don't think it's exactly here because we have another memorial just up the way. And wow, just wow. Unexpected, but of course expected in our field of research. But wow, I mean just super, super over the top gorgeosity. Stuffed away at the top of a golf course on Catalina Island. Stairs, concrete, unbelievable. Old world evidence right here. Look at this thing. Come on. This is like having the base of a Mayan pyramid. This is huge. Look at the trees. Look at this thing. For no one, just stuffed away behind the golf course. A memorial. The Wrigley. We ought to get into Wrigley. But this was just a tangent. Now let's look at something else.
Dude, I kind of love John Levy.
This is a weird place. Thanks for being here. Petroglyph. I used to be interested, and through this research, I find them less interesting than before. Sure, they're very pretty, and they're also very childlike. A lot of people invest a lot of time trying to make sense of them, and maybe there is meaning, but maybe there isn't. Today, we're gonna explore this question. Are petroglyphs a bunch of BS? It's like 1 in the morning. I feel so free at 1.
Actually, boys, 5-minute break. It's 8:10. Do you know where your kids are? At the Cosmic Ripple. Large protection, organite pyramid, quartz, selenite, obsidian, and hematite, copper, energy amplifier, force, shielding, and grounding. Hell yeah, you got a ground. That's what those probably telling us. Look at those 2 copper coils. And not included with the pyramid, but you get everything inside. Get it today. Damn, boys. Cosmic black. Ooh, it looks like a frickin' Tesla design. Very chill. Let's see this top down. Ooh. Top down. Love it. Oh, goddamn. Organite is a powerful alchemical blend of resin, metal, and crystals that generates and balances orgone energy, also known as prana, chi, or life force energy. Resin compresses the crystals and metal, amplifying their piezoelectric properties, while copper acts as a conductor to focus and radiate the energy field. Thank you for your support. For the Cosmic Ripple.
It's a type of
Masking the Truth. Back with John Levy. Here we go, boys.
of sacredness, really. Now it depends. Sometimes I'm totally wiped out by this hour. Sometimes I take a few naps during the day and I don't require sleep at 1 in the morning. I have way more energy and clarity than I did at 1 in the afternoon. Did I say welcome and all that? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I love you all. God bless and welcome. Welcome. Maybe I'm not as sharp as I thought. Back to the petroglyphs. It's interesting that it has the word petro in it. Petro is like oil in French and other languages. Petrol, petroleum. And where I live, we have the largest grouping of petroglyphs, I think, in the world. Really remote area. I don't know how people end up here 150 years ago. And I really don't know how Native Americans end up here thousands of years ago. It's a canyon called 9 Mile Canyon. It's really like 50 miles. And it's full of these petroglyphs. And the irony is that they drill for petro, or petroleum, or oil in this very same canyon. In fact, the whole area where I live is a hotspot for oil production. They call it production, but they don't produce anything. More of harvesting and whatever. But what I've noticed whenever I'm examining these petroglyphs is that they seem to be a cover-up. I mean, we see the art, but then we also see like a facading. Like the stone has been covered up, painted, plastered, and then just to add another layer of confusion, this childlike art is etched into the facade. Like maybe there was a Petra-like clue to something more advanced, something that they had no intention of writing a history for, and they covered it up. And then this art on it, just to ensure that it had another layer of concealment. Now these would be sacred, and most people wouldn't look beyond the art, is my point. Just enthralled and perplexed, studying these childlike scratches and not even looking at the structure and what this may potentially be covering up. And today I have a good clue to support my wild claim. Let's take a pause. Okay, so again today, my point, don't look at the art, look behind the art. Here we are in Sweden, and it will be helpful to understand Meltology, but not necessary today. The petroglyphs I want to discuss today are found in Wyoming, and they're some of the most unusual, sometimes scratched, sometimes painted, like these ones, in another part of Utah, not far from me. These ones are some of the most unusual. So most of them are very primitive, like this one, just really not giving a shit, but we can see all kinds of anomalies, holes, and again, is this a facade? Here we can see a bird, a bear's paw, and now all of a sudden we're starting to see what look like handprints, like this was really soft at one point, and then we start to see things like this around these same petroglyphs, and that's what led me to this hypothesis years ago now. I'm running late. What the hell? Now most people are satisfied with the story, any story, and I think once you realize that this one site is having a laugh at us, at least the narrative, you can begin looking at all other similar petroglyph sites in a new light. Now this is ridiculous. A clear sign of deception. This material has been added to the rock or the building, but we don't need to go that far today. Like I said, we can just focus on this application, plastered shape to conceal. Here our friends have put their name on this photo, and we can see the primitive wannabe petroglyphs, some of the poorest petroglyphs I've ever seen on the right side here, and then we can see this applied over this rock. It's lighter in color than the native rock. We can see tinges of red brick color, and I think that this may have shown signs, again, Petra-like signs of former architecture as opposed to geology. Otherwise, there's no reason for this to be done. And I think that this worker, whoever was tasked with covering this up, was lazy on this day. I think they were all lazy. The whole crew. Probably drinking on the job. A lazy cover-up. Poor petroglyphs, and one of the last people to leave the site just said the hell with it, leaving us a clue, a gift. Here we can see this site from afar. I mean, the Native American story is like 1,000 years old. Does it make sense that the land was soft 1,000 years ago? Soft enough to mold like clay? We see how porous it is up here, chocked full of holes. We can see blocks, 1, 2, 3, fused together. And this seems to have been just a small cover-up. So let's take a pause and look at the rest of the structure. So here's our first broader look at this structure, and no doubt, Meltology or not, this thing looks like a heated blob, and we do see entrances, just barely, over here on the left as well, and all these little windows now cooked down. This was a building, and how much of it has been covered with this same material? We know that there's been an active cover-up just from that part with the hands. Forgive me, I always misspell things. The White Mountain Petroglyphs. Let me zoom out a little just to show you how not only remote this place is, but all of Wyoming. You could fit the whole world in Wyoming. Every last person. But anyway, here we go. Zooming in. I do have plans to visit this place. And here we go. Blockage right away. Just a melted patch with some blocks revealed somewhere in here. I mean, somebody felt they needed to come out here and plaster some evidence. I read online it's a pretty decent road. Here we can see it. One road in. Doesn't lead right to the ruins, but rather this parking lot. And then I guess you just kind of bushwhack out here. No handicap access. And a really poor Google image. Let's change the date. 2014. 2019. Pretty decent. Everything just getting worse. 2025. Let's go back to 2019. Stupid. Yeah, much better. I don't think we can drop the man anywhere. There's no roads. And it looks like there's some more blockage over on this side as well. And you really can't tell. It was a pretty decent sized looking building or structure. And here we can see they've even named panels, the fertility site, the birthing site. Here we can see the structure from the parking lot. And when I go here, I'm going to note the color of the facading and walk around this structure and locate where else it's been applied. And again, if it's true for this site, it will be true for all sites. As I've hypothesized in the past, all of these petroglyph sites are much more than what people think they are. And this one just makes it a little more obvious. So let's take a pause and look at something else. Part 2. Good boy, Gigi. Part 2. What are we doing here? I don't know. I found myself here a few days later. And if you don't know, before these were supposedly carved, this site was called the Six Grandfathers by the Native Americans. Interestingly, if we look at the word Viking or Vikings, we have VI, Six Kings. And again, the natives called it the Six Grandfathers. Six Kings, Vikings. You might say, well, there's
interesting.
only 4. If we look here in this old photo, there's better ones, but we can see a 5th to the left of Georgie, to the left of this cloud. What is this cloud covering up? Here it is before they did anything, we are told. And here's this other guy. And here it is from above. Really just a big blob of rock. And what we can see is this chamber back here behind these heads. And I'd like to show you a real picture of this chamber. Earlier, my Google was better. I'm not sure what they're doing to me right now. But this was supposed to be some hall of record. Incomplete. And how does this tie into part 1? I believe that this is a facade, and you can see where the facade ends. They've applied a covering over it, altering the structure. So it's not just carving, it's adding concrete and cement. I think the faces are original, and all hair is an afterthought, including beardage and mustachery and clothing. All an afterthought. And again, you can see the edge of the covering. This is one of the most important parts. While most people are looking up here, nobody is considering this application, this facade. And that brings us back to Petra and back to these White Mountain petroglyphs and handprints. If we can clearly see facading over Mount Rushmore, why wouldn't it be the same practice would continue as a cover-up and a distraction from the truth? This is on a small scale, a small clue left behind of this practice that's being implemented here on a larger scale. And here we can see Manitou Springs, Colorado, and I think this is also a facade, covering up something that will have looked much more like this as we see in Petra, really looking at the supposed unfinished parts and seeing the similarities here in Colorado. And I think rendered, new fresh wood added, helping paint picture of Native American dwellings, when really I think it would have looked more like this, and that would be unacceptable when trying to paint the history that they have in North America. So let's take a pause. So I want to end with a conversation I had with some of my Patreons in a weekly group chat that we have. And at some point we asked ourselves the questions that we should always ask ourselves. Where are we? Perhaps pertaining to this research. And where are we going? And really, what do we want? And what do you want? I would be curious to know. This was all leading somewhere, and the truth would help transform your life. What would that look like? And in short, somebody said a magic carpet would be important. I propose that the law, if we would truly understand it the way the controllers do, we could utilize it in the way it was intended to be. And also that some people wouldn't care about that. Some people would prefer a magic carpet. And one Patreon agreed magic carpet would be a good step forward. And perhaps he's right. So I shared the research of the magic carpet on that day, and now I'll share it with you. I always forget his name. Viktor Grebennikov, great man. And it's not to say that he invented the magic carpet, only brought it back from the past. The idea is that you don't need a carpet, you just need the right three-dimensional pattern that would create create a frequency or vibration reacting with the ether. Now, this great scientist, Victor, discovered this by studying insects, the bee, and more specifically the beetle. In the beetle, what he observed is when it opened its wings, it created an electromagnetic field. It was not so much a flapping of the wings, but rather a pattern on the wings. And he took this pattern and altered it. He made it fourfold, as you can see here, now creating a lift in the center. This is made out of copper, and a lot of cool videos actually showing even modern experiments where you can just take these wings and set them on a table and they'll begin to levitate, just the wings. And this is the idea. The magnetic field will form like a bubble around this platform, and I'm not sure how you steer it. Maybe you just lean into it, and maybe there was something else to it. But nonetheless, a magic carpet using a technology that is very grounded in nature. And who's heard of this man, really, besides some in our community? But this, along with thousands of other technologies from the past, have been buried, and I have no doubt are being utilized by some. Here again, we can see Victor, and apparently he discovered this in 1988. He was working with another professor, seen here. He applied for a patent. In 1991, he built his anti-gravity plane, reaching speeds of 1,500 to 2,400 kilometers an hour. Similar to what I told you I saw flying in the air, silent, moving at unimaginable speeds. The aircraft was almost invisible from below. People who observed it from the ground saw instead a light sphere or a disk or a cloud with sharply outlined edges. So this may very well be the phenomenon that we're seeing up there, being employed in less than beneficial ways. And in 2001, he died of a stroke. He wrote a book called My World in 1997. And there's a full version of the book on the internet here. You can copy and paste this. And what do you think? He applied for a patent, so we should be able to reverse engineer it. He wrote a book. So here it is, the flying carpet in recent times. I think I'll leave it there for today. I hope you've enjoyed. I love you all. God bless, and I'll see you in the next one.
Oh shit. Dude, we're a John Levy superfan channel now. This is The Waters Above. I like his takes on shit.
What a weird world. Weird, weird, weird. That's it? That's how you're gonna start? I don't know. It's so peaceful out right now. It seems stupid to make a video. Let me ring the bell. So, I want to start off with this video. I didn't film this video. I'll flash the channel somewhere here, and I'll need to go into my watch history, find it. I don't know what he calls it. I'll flash that too. God, so unprepared, John. I know. Kind of reminds me of what they are calling Starlink. And I also want to talk about airplanes. So I thank you all for being here this week. I love you all. God bless, and welcome.
Oh, dude! Bro, you guys know that fucking guy that always talks about Lord of the Rings? And he's an aircraft mechanic? I commented on his TikTok today. He was working on one of the wings, and I said 50,000 gallons of jet fuel in the wings, and then laughing, crying emoji. And he said a 737 has 7,000 gallons of fuel in each wing. That's still not fucking 50,000 gallons, which is what it says that they hold. So where's the other 36,000 gallons of fuel? Huh? What a goober, right? Let me see if I can find it.
So, what can I say? I'm so unprepared. I'll have to go back out into the...
Yeah, he said... Here, wait. This guy. I said 50,000 gallons of fuel in the wings. The 737 holds just under 7,000 gallons of in each wing. We're talking about a 747 then, bitch. 7,000 gallons. Yeah. Even if it's right, I'm still goofing on them. Don't care.
desert and film this phenomenon that I experienced. I was just hanging out in the rig with Chief, hiking around and not really having any purpose. And then I noticed the planes. Again, I'm gonna have to film this again for you. I live at about 5,500 feet above sea level in a big open bowl. And in this
Why is there a big shadow in the sky? Gotta know.
bowl, you can see 100 miles in each direction. At a minimum. And I know the mountains. I know them well. I drive in each direction to verify what I'm seeing 100 miles again in each direction. The wind is whistling through the screen door just perfectly. Will it ruin the recording? I'm gonna risk it. And the wind is not just the wind. Let me just say that. I mean, there's more to consider, but I don't want to go off topic too much. I'm watching these planes leave their lines in the sky, as I often do. It was a beautiful day, and really I didn't mind on this day. It was the kind of day that I thought to myself, what if I don't know? And I just appreciated them. They looked like boats in the water, leaving a wake in the sky. Again, an open mind, enjoying the day and the moment. And then suddenly I realized they weren't making any sounds. Often there would be regular planes that would make a sound. A few
Is it because they fly so high?
single-engine planes flew overhead, as usual when I'm hiking. And then these super jets, way up there, streaking the sky. Artists with purpose. And not only did I notice that there was no sound, but I began to time them as they would pop over the horizon.
And they do go super fucking fast, bro.
And I began counting 1, 2, 3, 30 seconds from the moment they would pop over the horizon until they would both pass over my head and reach the other eastern point, the opposite side of the sky,
fast.
from my perspective. And that's when it
Oh,
really
shit.
became stupid. I mean, I've been talking about this for years. I've been investigating this for years. Why had I never timed it before? Now, what I did time before was the supposed SpaceX BS satellite system that looks like this, just like moving stars, and again going the opposite direction as all of the other stars. As everything else you can see is moving west, and these move east, exactly as I had seen. And absolute orbs moving silently. And it was the most baffling thing, just flying right over my head silently. And then I ran in to do my calculations, again a 200-mile distance in 30 seconds. And forgive me, but it was like 5,000 or 6,000 miles per hour. No plane is flying at this speed, and nor man-made satellites. Locked in, flying in an opposite direction as the rest of the luminaries? No, I don't know. I know nothing. Like I said, And on this day, I especially knew nothing. And I'm just talking about this SpaceX to point out the great speed silently in which it was moving. And it wasn't the kind of thing that you could see every night. Very sporadic, and I was excited when I saw this channel. I don't think that he called it SpaceX, and yet this is exactly what I saw, a string of pearls, of luminescent orbs flying over my head. And I think he doesn't call it SpaceX because of everything that follows. He has all of this beautiful footage with a good camera. So here you see an orb flying the opposite direction towards the middle of the screen. I mean, there's so much. He calls this video thousands of I don't know what, but these orbs essentially are going nuts. The speed that they're moving, again, is in the 5,000 mile an hour range. And give or take, I mean, if they covered 200 or 300 miles in 30 seconds to 45 seconds, I think they can change speeds. And I've experienced that myself. I'm sure many of you have. Something that you've been enjoying, something unusual in the night sky, and then it notices you, it seems like, and takes off, but lets you see it, lets you know there's more, and that there's intelligence.
Necklace. I remember seeing those while I was in Iowa. It was crazy, literally having a string of moving stars. Yeah, what the fuck is going on? And they're saying it's SpaceX?
Some people don't think a tree has intelligence just because it stands there all day like a Zen master. But anyway, not only with these orbs that I've experienced does there seem to be some sort of life, and maybe not the orb itself, maybe something is traveling in these. Some are independent vehicles, and others are like trains, like we see at the beginning of this video, and what they're calling SpaceX. So let's take a pause and ring the bell.
Yo!
Okay, I'm really on one. I told myself I would talk about whatever I feel like today, not what I think I should talk about or what others might enjoy. I love this subject. I've made videos on the eclipse discussing ideas like this, and it's one of my favorites. It's like, look up, what's going on? Who looks up? Nobody looks down, below, and very few look up. I was once reprimanded by my father for pointing out something like this, like I would get locked up or something in an asylum, and in his time that may have been the case, at least the tail end of it. But anyway, the psyop, can I say that? The psychological most people are outraged with the planes flying overhead. I shouldn't say most people, what am I saying? Most aware people, aware of the phenomenon, are outraged, and so was I. In my last video, I discussed how the Florida Senate had just passed a resolution outlawing weather manipulation. Florida, a bill to outlaw this practice. Not whether it's happening, but to outlaw it because it is. But back to my beautiful day where I knew nothing and accepted that I may not know, and asked what more could this be. And then all this came to me. There seemed to be this same intelligence with these planes. I really couldn't see the planes. Now, some people, we have seen footage of people zooming in and seeing planes. But again, these planes made no sound and traveled at 5,000, give or take, miles per hour. It's not a normal plane. And they seem to appear. One could say I just noticed them, but it seems like wherever I go, even far out in remote places, they just appear and it begins. Feeling as if there's some kind of communication in some way. And for the most part, they are free to do as they please. Until recently, until they proposed this bill. But even then, could this be a psyop? For instance, the supposed SpaceX. What if somebody was aware that this phenomenon was increasing? Now, I've seen orbs fly over my head, and I even asked God once, what is a star? I've told this story once. And a beautiful orb, a crackling, plasmatic orb, flew over my head with no sound, but more of an energy and brilliance. Flew over my head, and I was sitting on the north side of my house, and it flew north. And I watched it, and it grew smaller and smaller until I was straining to see it, and then it parked in the sky and was indistinguishable from any of the other stars. And I thought, oh my God. Ask and you shall receive. Here I asked, what is a star? And a star flew over my head. Again, the same thing as this. And I've been studying this and observing videos of this nature as early as 2001. In fact, these orbs could be seen when those buildings were brought down. And again, many people will say, of course, that, you know, those people did it. And then others who are more in the know will find proof, and I've seen it, that it was an inside job. And then there's the next level. What if it was another group or beings? And I don't want to get all crazy. Again, I don't know what's moving in these vehicles. I don't want to act like it's some stupid green men. Be a people just like us that are way more advanced, that have moved to other realms, and that still meddle, for better or for worse, in our affairs. 5,000 miles per hour. And this is all just a cover-up for those that are aware, which are still a small percentage considering the masses. But a false explanation is given for the planes as if it is someone, some group, and we have all sorts of examples, all sorts of cases where the studying and the funding of this manipulation has been exposed. And yet, what if that was all the second layer, the second cover for the real story? For those that have inquisitive minds, maybe they will settle on this. So I think that's all I have to say about that. Let me know.
This is what I'm saying, right? What if it's like a fucking AI? The deeper layer is that it's all being done to us by an AI. It's not Mossad, it's not the CIA. It's literally a lizard-brained AI. We're getting goofed by an AI.
Your thoughts? How crazy. I encourage you to go out and clock some speeds. See how long it takes to move across the sky from east to west or whatever direction they're flying. And it is all directions. So let's take a pause, ring the bell, and have a look at something totally different. Okay, here we are. Back to Earth, back to the ground, the dirt, our home, place in which we are confined. What are we doing out here, you might ask? Out in the desert, root man. Oh, you know, I actually wanted to share something and forgot. And then I popped open this Google Earth and bam. So if you watched my last video, I proposed that all structures from a time of past may have been turned to rock, either melted by heat or by frequency. And you can boil water. I'll try to interject a video with nothing but frequency. Nothing but the frequency of boiling water. So you can actually record the sound of boiling water. And not the sound, but the frequency also has the ability to boil water. And what other frequencies have plagued this realm in the past? In the Bible, they talk about trumpets bringing down the walls of Jericho. Trumpets, a frequency. What kind of trumpets were these? We've also discussed the fasces, something that was clearly important in the old world, in our past, that's flaunted all over, adorning buildings realm-wide, stressing the importance of this device, really looking like a Wilhelm Reich organ generator. And could such devices have different effects when tuned? Is this why Wilhelm Reich was locked up and eventually died behind bars? The understanding, and just the beginning, just scratching the surface to this old technology. Could these orbs we were looking at the beginning of the video possess this technology? I've noticed often when the planes are flying, leaving their wakes in the sky, it creates great wind, at least where I live. And it's one of the ideas, at least of mine, on the table. Either something from a luminary, a fixed luminary, such as the sun, some plasmatic outburst, and we have seen examples where with a high-powered lens, you can melt rock and brick using nothing but sunlight? And what if a unified people that lived all throughout this realm and every old and new nation were displaced? What if this realm was cooked? Could people have escaped? When I look at the architecture of the previous civilization, the one we examine over and over on this channel, this is not a horse and buggy architecture. As I say over and over, this is a flying people architecture. We've discussed, of course, the idea of zeppelins and such methods of travel in the past that
This is a flying people architecture.
have now been pretty much removed. I mean, we're not thinking about buying small zeppelins the size of SUVs, is what I'm saying. When we could have improved on this technology, why should it be that one explosion should just put a halt to this very liberating technology? But I propose that maybe these remnants of zeppelins may have had a different fuel, may have had the ability to travel at greater
Look,
speed.
Its name was Guffaw. Guffaw!
Speeds, and may have been simply inherited and utilized in whatever way they could. Such examples are pulling trolley cars with horses 10 years before they finally get them going and can ditch the horse. So what do we see out here? Is it just cooked out nothing? Is it just rock? No. Let's take a pause.
Starfort.
So what do we see out here? I mean, if I didn't know, I wouldn't look. I wouldn't think to look. Maybe if I was a local, I would hike around here with my dog and discover something amazing. And what is that something amazing? This. So this, in ruins, is just sitting out here, abandoned, along with thousands of structures built by whoever built this. Just pockets, remnants of a people, of a great ass-kicking people. And now there are not ass-kicking people out here, and very few.
Dude, I know. I actually can't believe it's October this week, but streaming on Christmas kind of feels like a couple weeks ago. I fucking know, dude. It's crazy. But it also, at the same time, feels like forever ago.
Few people are doing anything like this today. Does this even meet code? Doubtful. The truth is it's beyond code. So this is found in this. There we go. Just in a little canyon hidden away, discovered by goat herders, we find this. And I'm not going to get into this today. Not the point of the video. I want to emphasize that this is the hand of a people who have vanished and maybe didn't perish, but just left, moved to a different part of the realm that wouldn't be affected by the last cataclysm. And these people were everywhere. Let's look at them again. Same hand. Remember this style. You know the style. This is the style of Capitol buildings, but everything, sometimes designated as universities, sometimes called the Greco-Roman style. And here it is, out in the desert. Now we move on to Argentina. Argentina, the palace. This is called the palace. A government facility, the National Congress, as you can see here. The same builder, the same hand, the same people. One in the desert in BFE, one on the other side of the realm in Argentina. Let's count together. How many columns in the front? In front of these three doors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 columns. Let's go back to Petra. How many columns? 6. Same hand. Now let's move on to Brussels. The Palace of Justice in Brussels. Here we go. The old Palace of Justice. Same people, same Greco-Roman style, in a very early time period in a different part of the realm. Next, Iowa. Iowa. Corn-eating Iowa. Farmland. Middle America. This is everything one thinks of when they think of the early history of Iowa. This is their state capitol building, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow. Iowans? Yes. And some of these buildings have governmental designations. Some have no designations. And some have religious designations. Here we can see the Vatican. They have just elected a new pope. And here we go. One of the earliest inheritors of this architectural style. What do we see in the front? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Same building, same people, same symbols. And who is behind this? Who is covering all of this up and giving us different stories for all of these buildings when they are clearly built by the same people? I'll let you answer that. Of course, I know nothing. I thank you for being here this week. I love you all. God bless, and I'll see you in the next one.
Bonus. Dude, I just want to watch John Levy, man. This shit's fire. Yeah, we watch a lot of My Lunch Break.
I guess, Bob.
I haven't seen John Levy until recently.
Bonus. Someone suggested this in a comment, and I thank you. The biblical story of Amos, or account 1 through 3. Of course, I believe that all stories have been altered to suit the controllers, but it doesn't mean I think we should dismiss anything either. Even the book.
Yeah, I like his voice. His content's good. It's a little different than My Lunch Break. It's cool.
That I
a little more philosophical. I like
said
it.
Has no place
My ad break.
alongside the teachings of Jesus. All have value, but all have been skewed, again, to suit those in control. But nonetheless, here is what we read in Amos. The words of Amos, a shepherd, the vision he saw concerning Israel 2 years before the earthquake, when Uzziah was king of Judah. The Lord roars from Zion and thunders from Jerusalem. Pastures dry up. This is what the Lord says. For 3 sins of Damascus, even for 4, I will not relent. Because she threshed Gilead with sledges having iron teeth, I will send fire on the house of Hazael that will consume the fortresses of Ben-Hadad. Fire that will consume fortresses, and their fortresses were made of the finest materials. For 3 sins of Gaza, I will not relent. I will send fire on the walls of Gaza that will consume her fortresses. So here we go. And going back to the Lord and the Bible, this Bible, we have to remember that Moses was visited by a burning bush, or what could very well have been an orb. Again, the stories have been altered and not examined with critical thought, but rather read with strong biases and predetermined beliefs. But here we have the Lord sending fire and consuming fortresses. For the 3 sins of Tyre I will not relent. I will send fire on the walls of Tyre that will consume her fortresses. And it goes on. And it talks about each fortress that had fire sent upon it. In Moab, in Judah. So very interesting. We have an account of a reset, and we also have the account of an advanced people with iron ships and the shuffling of people. So, God bless.
Another one. Okay, this one's called 7 Nations, Native Confederates. Try to look and see what was happening in 1750.
recording. Chief is looking at me. He says, why? I don't know why. Why do anything? This world is so interesting. We're born into a country, into a family, certain existing conditions out of our control for quite a while. In America, you're not an adult or free until you're 18. What a weird thing. And even then, your freedom is constantly challenged. Your beliefs, it starts with your family. Will you just accept their beliefs as your own? Their political views, their religions, or lack of them? Beliefs about the world, people, the meaning of life. Can somebody answer these questions for you? Have you just resigned to others' explanations? I suppose you do until these explanations or beliefs fail you. And what a blessing in the long run if this falsely contrived structure of ideas lets you down. Better sooner than later. Some people have surrendered their ideas or freedom to explore them to figures of authority. Might be the church, the government, the universities, hoping that these establishments provide answers, fix everything, save them. Who will save you? A lot of people are waiting for people to save them. A lot of relationships are built on this idea. The victim and the hero, and it's unfortunate. From what I can tell, nobody is saving anyone, and yet we are part of the source. We're all part of the source. You didn't make yourself. You didn't even make your beliefs. It would be a great accomplishment to become aware of them and decide what you'll keep or dismiss. And the truth is, we are saved. We were saved from the get-go. There's always a co-pilot, and the greatest illusion in this realm is that we are separate, disconnected from everything. I guess we'll start off with this map. I thank you for being here this week. I love you all. God bless and welcome. Welcome. Okay, 1 in the morning.
Yeah, we still love my lunch break, my ad break. We can watch one of his after this.
What am I doing? I don't know. The summers are kind of difficult for me. It gets like 100 Fahrenheit, and I run a swamp cooler. It's noisy, but it's really cool. But it makes me feel disconnected from the world. Forget about making a video or taking a phone call. So what am I doing? I am looking at this map. I'm always behind when it comes to my research. This was like a week ago. I was excited, and now, I don't know, brand new to me. I have to trust that whoever I was a week ago found interest in this. I love old maps. I always have. All maps. So who made this map? A general map of North America, in which is expressed, a weird spelling, new roads, forts, engagements taken from actual surveys and observations made in the army employed there. Just weird wording. And notice here the artist is the same artist that
is it written weird because it's written by fucking AI?
Designed our currency. You can see the artwork here. Same as a dollar, same as all the bills, like almost digital. Anyway, the year 1754 to 1761. Of course, America officially beginning in 1776. Officially. So this is pre-official America. The map of North America showing surveys, roads, new roads, forts, and engagements. Whatever that is. Forts though. Forts and roads.
All the places that people would like to get engaged, like in state parks and stuff.
America, forts and roads. And whoever made this map was pretty busy.
Spots.
Who made this map? Drawn by the late John Roquet, topographer to His Majesty. There we go. So the Majesty has sent his or her topographer to produce this map. And then here we have some French, I think saying pretty much the same thing, except instead of calling it a general map of North America, it says Carte Générale de l'Amérique Septentrionale. SEPT being 7, almost like the 7th nation. And interesting to just be calling it this in French, and then up here in English, North America. Giant fly this evening, almost supernatural sometimes. In Fulcanelli's The Mystery of the Cathedral, He says even a fly should not be able to watch the performing of the work, the alchemical process. So 1754, pre-America, we see a couple black men down here. And what I notice now, it's coming back to me, the little castles, or the cities represented as castles, have had a red dot placed over them. In this map, we still see dots everywhere portraying cities. So many cities in this time period. And this is still in Mexico, and there were a few castles that they had not painted over. In this map, California is connected, and we can actually see the Colorado, and it's called the Colorado, and it actually spills into a lake. Here again, you can see some of these castles that have been blotched over. Here we can see a star, like a star fort on the river, and what do we see? Fort Orleans. And this is up here, perhaps in the New Mexico region. We see New Mexico written here. And what really interests me about this map is all the writing. I mean, here this is pre-America, America, and there's a lot of information here. Here on the Missouri River, we have written, there are savage nations, likewise their villages, and are very changeable. Here we can see Chicago, Fort Chicago, kind of a French Native American Chicago, and also a blotched out castle, again, pre-America. Fort St. Louis down here, Fort Chat Prairie de Rocher, and like the map said, it's depicting all the forts. So really forted out pre-America. Forts up here around Lake Superior. Be interesting to look on the Google Earth, and maybe we'll do that in the next segment. I happen to know up here on the St. Lawrence we have Chateau Frontenac in Quebec, and here it is depicted. It's been blotched out in red, and we see like two swords. Here a fort in Montreal, a whole bunch in Albany, so one in Boston, tons up here in Nova Scotia, the Bay of Fundy. A lot of action is what I'm saying before America. Somebody is going in and out along every coast, lake, and river. Here we know very well we have a beautiful star fort. Either this one or
Bro,
this.
this is all pre-America?
One, and clearly more than we see today. So this is a great clue. We're either going to find ruins of forts or mining operations, and I would bet most of these today will be giant mining operations. Scrape fests. Queen's Fort over here. And does this make sense? I mean, it does from the lens that we look at things in this community, but nobody should have traversed this far, mapping these rivers so perfectly, something that would have to be done by air, at least in part. So let's take a quick pause.
Bell gong.
I guess it doesn't matter what you think about reality, only how we respond to it. As I've said over and over, I don't know. I have more faith in these old maps than any present historical authority. And even though everything is mapped out really well, it's always the same when it comes to the West. Like it says here, these parts are entirely unknown. Again, an old spelling. It is very uncertain whether this part is sea or land. So really fascinating. And yet we do see other maps from other nations in this time period and earlier, showing the West to have been charted, at least better than this, especially the Spanish maps. And I don't think Christopher Columbus discovered this land. However, I think some nations had a head start, having access to maps even predating these. So here it says the Akwesasne, or Confederate Indians, 1701, at Albany, surrendered their beaver hunting countries. So these maps also acting as historical accounts, which may be false. No way would they surrender their lands. Lying between Lake Ontario and Lake Champlain, lying on the north side of the lakes Erie and Ontario, to the English to be defended by them for the said Confederates, their heirs and successors, forever. And the same was confirmed in 1726, when the Seneca and other tribes surrendered their habitations from another tribe, Cuyahoga, and 60 miles inland for the same, for the purpose to the English. The Confederates, formerly of 5, now of 7 nations, called by the French Iroquois, consists of 1, maybe Comanche or Mohawk, residing southwest of all.
What interesting maps are you talking about, Chop Suey? What do you want them to look at? This is why Johnny Harris is... Oh, you're talking about Johnny Harris. Yeah. Yeah, dude, Johnny Harris is the ultimate Fed, bro. He'll never look at cool maps. Oh yeah, thanks, Lori. Like the live, boys, if you like the stream.
Albany, about 70 miles east of Osnego. So this is basically coordinates of inheritance, giving the boot to the natives residing on the east coast. And how interesting that they call these tribes the Confederates, formerly of 5, now 7 nation. And again, we have 7 nation down here. L'Amérique, 7 nations. 7 nations. The 7 nations of America. And here we have an account of giving the boot to the 7 nations. And these 7 nations are called the Iroquois by the French, but really consisting of the Seneca and all the tribes we know today. And if we look over here in the south of America, we see the old tribal lands in which they were booted. We see here the Chickasaw, the Cherokee, the Choctaw, and the Carolinas. And what do we see? We see castle cities. Savannah, Georgia here, Castle City, blotched out by red. We see St. Augustine, Castle City, blotched out by red. It must be another map I was looking at, and it was like they missed a few castles. Here we see a star fort, Fort Pensacola. So come on, let's have a look at Fort Pensacola in this next segment. Okay, where were we? Here we were. So, I recognize it from doing this research as a star fort. Not a castle city, but a star fort. Castles have all been blotched in red. Towns are still the towns. We see little circles. But here, let's have a look at this Fort Pensacola, pre-America. That's all. You saw the date down here, 1750 and earlier. Again, I know nothing. I'm just a curious human being, and all I see is strangeness. The artificial coastline here. Let me stay focused. So it seemed like it was somewhere around here, somewhere by the fish house, or Joe Petty's sea.
Yeah, all those tribe names are all places in New York, right? They're the Finger Lakes.
Food. All artificial land. No talk of when this was all built. Never any talk of the artificial land and the monumental feat that it would be just to create. So I don't see it. And that's because it's not called Fort Pensacola today. Or Pensacola. I think this shape is an S, the crook, at least in this time period. Could be wrong. But anyway, Fort Pensacola today is called Fort Pickens. Good old Fort Pickens. Millions of bricks. Here we go. Pre-American fort. Things to see at the Pensacola pontoons. Little star fort here. Fort McRee. Fort McRee. Great. And Fort Pickens. So Fort Pickens is still here, looking like a beautiful star fort. And then we get this Fort McRee, built out in the middle of the water, constructed by the United States in 1812. There we go. So important to build a fort out here in the water and the sand in 1812. Or was the fort turned into sand? Part of the old fort is located here. Let's have a little clicky. Battery Slimmer. There we go. Out here in this wasteland, we can see an outline, but totally buried. Buried and scraped. So let's have a look at Fort Pickens. Fort Pickens also out here in a pretty stupid place to build a fort, and boom. Here she is. And a lot of buildings out here. A lot remaining. Swamplands containing a star fort. Just a beauty. Millions of bricks out here. Tons of concrete. I mean, how are you getting concrete out here? And just a lot of it underground, of course. This is just the surface. Pretty incredible. And let us verify when they tell us the fort was completed. The fort was completed in 1834. There we go. 1834? It's pretty early to be building something like this out here. All of this, whatever was going on. But out here on an island. But we're not going to take that approach today. What we see is this fort being depicted on this map in 1750, about 100 years before we're told it was completed. And that explains why most of these forts were never operational, why they were built and abandoned. It's because we never built them. And we have proof. We see them existing on these old maps. Here, for example, on the of Florida, we have another one. Out here in the Dry Tortuga National Park, another star fort. Out here in the stupidest place possible. This, of course, is called Fort Fort Jefferson. Old Fort Jefferson. 16 million bricks, we're told. Built for nothing. Well, built for the tourists that enjoy it. Just absolutely mind-blowing. And like I said, never used. Never used in battle. The most action this facility has seen is these tourists. Perhaps some concessions in here. This man seems to have brought his own lunch. Sandwich, right? I don't really like this 3D view. Let's take it off. Maybe there we go. 2014. Looks a lot better. I really don't like what they're doing. Okay, in 2017. 2022, still decent. It just gets stupid. I'm not sure why the strong or heavy orange tinting. So is this a smoking gun? Just one fort shown on a map before it should have been built? And this isn't even it. It says Fort Pensacola or whatever, but it's not depicted on this island. That's just a smaller fort. I think the Star Fort was actually here in Pensacola somewhere on the north side, and it's either been scraped or reutilized. So this pointy coastline could be showing the old fort, perhaps this airport, check along the river, but we do have plenty of Star Fort. The idea is the whole cities were Star Forts, forts within forts. These artificial coastlines were part of it. None of this has been created by our people. You see the star shape, massive, similar to Malta. Here again, we see another airport, another scrape fest, and we have the artificial coastline, again, protecting the inlet to the river. Super pointy angles. Are you telling me the river didn't cut this corner down if it was natural? And since we're here, I'll just show you a couple neighboring star forts. This one is called Fort Proctor. Zoom, zoom, zoom into the swamplands that are actually not natural. And we have this fort out here. I made a video on it in the past. I'll flash a picture. It's a beautiful castle out here in the water. Kind of a no-namer. I wish we could drop the man. No. And this is history. Here we go. Pretty amazing. Let me show you another. Fort Livingston. Look at this terrain. Look at where these forts are. All of this is so interesting, but let's look at the Star Fort Livingston. Boom, 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 and there we go. This one's awesome too. Just millions of bricks. A lot of infrastructure out here buried. Let's take one little pause, and I'll consider our next segment.
Gong.
Okay, final segment. Took some time to
Happy
research
9/11.
so that I could get right to the point. Here we can see New Orleans. Again, this map, 1755. And we go up the river, and we see Natchez up here on this old 1755 pre-America map. Natchez. And a red dot. And then it says Fort Destroyed. Red dot. Try to get this on the screen for you. Natchez. And here we see Natchez above New Orleans. Baton Rouge, or Baton Rouge, red stick. And we go up the river, and we're looking for a fort below Natchez. Again, we see Natchez here, and there's a fort that says destroyed. So I combed this Google Earth, and I think I found it here, below Natchez. And in short, I think we see evidence everywhere. I mean, you have the Mississippi.
Yeah, dude, we know that there's star forts in Pittsburgh. Where's this shit? What's this? Go away. Is this Pittsburgh? No, is this Baltimore? What is this? Yeah, Baltimore. Pittsburgh is more west. Dude, where's Pittsburgh? Is this it? Yeah, right? Yeah, dude, this shit's a star fort right here. Right? This is Pittsburgh, right? The Cathedral of Learning. Yeah, Pittsburgh. Hell yeah, look at us. All these bridges are so cool. And it's in like a valley, isn't it? Or like a gorge almost. I feel like each side of the river is really steep.
river, but if we zoom in, we see another river up here, right alongside it, and this one is clearly artificial. And in fact, they even call it the Old River. Here you can see, on the left we have the Old River, and on the right the Mississippi. So let's zoom into the Old River. So here's the oldie, and along the old you have
Cathedral of Learning is weird as fuck.
a canal, star-shaped. So anyway, I'm still looking for the fort below Natchez, as seen on this map. And even on this map,
Yeah, glaciers made the gorge and the rivers and everything.
it says destroyed. So we also have a clue. Things were already destroyed.
We're going to bed freaking early tonight too. We went way too late last night. I'm hungry and I want to watch my shows and I want to not fall asleep on the couch. But do want to watch my shows. Heat up a little pizza. Yeah.
Back then. I mean, here we can see a grid, like an old town site, now covered in trees, but we still see the pattern. The surveyed streets, canals, or rail lines. It's everywhere. But let's keep going. I've placed a pin down here. So much to see, but let's stay on point. Here we go.
Got 'em.
You can see my pin. Fort. So it doesn't look like much. Again, if I didn't have something to go off of, like this old map that tells me there should be a fort, a destroyed fort below Natchez. And here we are, below Natchez. Let me show you again. Natchez up here and down here. An absolute scrape fest turned into farmland, but you can see the star outline. Bum, 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 bump. And now a little town here, a little preservation called Angola, but they really mess with you once you zoom in to try to get a better look. Okay, I'll let it settle down. Here's what we get. Zoom in a little more. I mean, really? Thank God for my old map. Let's change the date to modern. Here we go. Boom. Now that they've had time to scrape some more, ready to reveal it to us, what could possibly be left of this star fort? Some walls, some canals, some buildings that look like prisons, and of course, right? Look at this stuff out here. I mean, the whole thing, developed and scraped, the whole realm, really. So I think that's it. The big takeaway is the calling of the Native Americans the Confederates, and that they are indeed the 7 nations that we see on all of these maps. So for this week, I thank you for being here. I love you all. God bless, and I'll see you next week.
Ooh, we also haven't watched Y-Files in a minute. You guys want to watch Y-Files? Or we can watch the Postal System, more John Levy. Are we John Levy'd out? Do we want to watch my ad break? I feel like I haven't seen him post a new video recently. I feel like it's all his clip ones, which are just compilations.
Some people say they're being followed.
I guess we haven't watched any of this Istanbul. We did watch Minutes of Horror. Is there a new one? You guys old worlded out? Oh, we liked this guy, didn't we? Coop? He made a video about the Oklahoma City bombing.
Like and subscribe, join the Discord server, follow the Instagram, join the Minecraft server, check out the new...
But here, wait, let's see. Oh yeah, this is 303, the Mason stream. I think we already watched Minutes of Horror today. We watched, it was from yesterday. I don't think he has a new video. Oh, 2 hours ago. No. Yeah, we did watch this. It was the meat from the fucking woolly mammoth or whatever the fuck. Want me to try and see if this plays?
Store it away so that you don't go insane. So that you don't lose your mind living with these memories that won't go away. Your brain attempts to take those memories and put them deep, deep, deep down in your subconscious. So that you're immune. So that you don't get sick from going over these moments again and again and again. And so your body will give it an entirely different personality as an immune function. And that personality will be able to handle the abuse. It will be a tough individual. The person will naturally, automatically just flip. Flip. It happens automatically, just like your immune system. You get exposed to a toxin, your body automatically goes there. You don't have to sit and think, okay, body, you guys go out and get them, all you white T cells. You guys go and eat those cancer cells, okay? You go do that. That's not how it works. And you can see how you'd be in dysfunction if you behaved like that. It wouldn't do anything for you. And so in the same way, when it comes to these pathogens, these menticides that have been put into you by society, you have to develop techniques to deal with them. And the first thing, just like it is in Alcoholics Anonymous, is admitting that there's a situation here, that you're sick. Admitting, yes, I have a disease. And until you can admit that, until you can actually see that you have the disease, how are you going to heal from it, folks? How do you heal from it? You can't. You have to walk into the space. And so how do you heal from this trauma abuse? You walk into the trauma space with courage and passion to deal with it, to face it, accept it, and learn to metabolize it. And so that way you dispel yourself. You dispel yourself from the spells, the menticides that have been inculcated into you your entire life, namely religion, politics, duality, good versus evil, that the universe is just a giant conflict-oriented battle and there's got to be a winner and there's got to be a loser. You see, these dumb you down. That's the whole point of religion, of politics, of the agriculture, all that stuff. The whole point is to dumb you down and to make you start thinking stupid things like, if I pay more taxes, that fixes the climate problem. You see, that's a menticide, that's a sickness. And if you act on that sickness in your life, you not only enable it, right, but you don't do anything about it. Because your taxes aren't going to be solving the climate problem. Right? And if you're being poisoned with glyphosate, with the food that you're eating, guess what? You have to stop eating the food. But you have to see that in order to build the will to stop. You have to see it. And the whole point in my lecture here is for you to see it.
Oh, yeah, dude, are we talking about root beer? Oh, shit. Ew, what the fuck is this? Your dog can't stop scratching.
For you to see it. And once you see it, you can't be under its spell. It's the same thing as a musician, as a magician. Once you know the trick, they can't trick you anymore. They are disempowered and you are empowered. And that's why so many social medias don't want you hearing my words right now. Because my words disempower authority.
Yeah.
My words disempower the abusers that have been controlling your life.
Yeah.
And they don't want that. Abusers don't want to be exposed. They don't want to be exposed.
You've been
Because
watching a lot
exposure
of Chuck?
disempowers them, and it empowers their victims, and their victims no longer are victims, you see.
Ooh, a shot of espresso
So I'm a huge
over
threat
root beer on ice.
to the people that want to control you. And I like that, because I like being resistive, and I
What about a good ass root beer float too, right? Oh, daddy. You know what I miss that I haven't had in so long, cuz I don't really see it on the East Coast ever. Dad's root beer. Oh, that shit was fire. Might not hold up. I haven't had it in probably over a decade.
like disobeying. These are 3 documents that have shaped this presentation. I'm going to be giving you guys, I'm going to be giving you guys all the links. So basically every single thing I'm going to show you, Black Ops documents, all kinds of letters from Sidney Gottlieb, all this stuff with Hoover, all these people, I'm going to give you the links so you can go there yourself and you can see for yourself. And fine if you want to disagree with me, that's totally fine.
I don't have a choice. I gotta go back to work, build fire trucks, night. That's awesome.
But I'm going to show you how I got these ideas, how I put this together so that you yourself, if you wish, you can go trace the steps. I've got nothing to hide. So these are the 3 major documents, okay? Kathy O'Brien, Transformation of America. You need to read that book. It's also available as an audiobook on YouTube. All you got to do is look up on YouTube, Kathy O'Brien, Transformation of America. You see? And it's basically the...
Yeah, Dad's root beer is pretty good for being like a cheap root beer option. Because, man, some of those glass bottle root beers really got their fucking nose stuck up in the air, you know? Like $6 root beer? Like, what are you talking about? It's soda, bro.
The title is saying the United States, the world, has been...
Some of these bodegas have lost their fucking minds, you know?
Built in a trance. A trance has formed...
Yeah, I'll fuck with A&W too. Honestly, what's a bad root beer? I'm trying to think. I don't know. I like most of them.
Formed America. That's why Kathy titled it that. And she has been an essential element to this entire essay. A huge, massive thank you to Kathy for her courage, her incredible courage, and her transparency. I've told you guys before how important it is for me to be transparent. This is why when a person is transparent, they show you their life, and this enriches you because it shows you through their mistakes, my mistakes, through their mistakes, and their experiences, what they've learned. Fritz Springmeier, Deeper Insights into the Illuminati Formula. That is a massive, massive, massive essay or book that Fritz has written. And in the same way Fritz wrote that book on the Illuminati bloodlines and all the histories of the families that have controlled the West. Okay, this is a continuation of that same author and that same idea of tracing the Illuminati. And so I have taken, in this essay, I have taken all kinds of portions from Fritz's work, from that book, as well as Ron Patton's essay on Project Monarch, and I have simply cut and pasted them into this essay. And what I've done is I've taken this gigantic mountain of information, and I have given, and this is the Cliff Notes. You're going to get the basic principles, but not the sort of...
Dude, you used to put vanilla flavoring in Mountain Dew? That sounds awesome. Yeah.
Details, like the endless sordid details, because every moment is an eternity. So I can't go into every single detail, but I tell you the surface layer, and then you yourself can go in and dig. There are so many rabbit holes in this essay I can't even begin to tell you. There are rabbit holes everywhere. And then finally, Ron Patton's essay, Project Monarch, which is actually pretty short. You could read it in a single sitting in just a few minutes. And I suggest you read that. Here's the link to check it out, because, again, all kinds of ideas from those essays are in this presentation. Okay. with that as an introduction, we will begin the formal essay. Now, what I want to do is I want to get everyone on the same page. So I've taken this PowerPoint slide to show you, okay, let's get all the same point. So right now we're in the ascending phase. We have just passed, or we're passing out of Kali, which is the dark, the black one here. That's Sanskrit for the black one, and that's the dark age, remember, because we're aligned with the center of the galaxy and the density of planets and matter between the Earth and the center of the galaxy, the black hole, and the projections that are coming off of it. We're not getting the information, the projections coming off the center of the black hole, because we've been in all of this space traffic, namely dust and matter and particles and all that's between the photons and us. Light is wisdom, light is creation, light is knowledge. And the light, that's why you see this milky glow that comes off the center of the galaxy. That's information. It's information in radiating form. Photons is photons are.
Elevate your space with a handcrafted, eco-friendly wooden masterpiece. Mark your travels, plan new adventures, or gift a memorable experience. This eco-friendly decor is simple to install, built to last, and backed by a life.
Are radiating energy, and they bring about life. I mean, think about the Calvin cycle in nature. This brings about life. Photosynthesis is what provides sugar to the plants, which feeds the entire planet. And what makes that sugar? Light. Light is the critical factor for the whole thing beginning. And so by moving out from alignment with the center of the galaxy, we access ourselves the information that's coming off the center of the black hole. And we talked about that in the last essays. And so here we are in time. And we go to this next section here. Okay, so we just came out of the Dark Ages, and there we are now. See you now, 2024, and that's right when hyper-novelty manifests. That's during the Great Awakening. You can see all of these are concressing. They're all concressing at this point here, which is right about now, right around year 2000, year 2050. Right in here is when everything is exploding out like a big bang, meaning information. And what you know now, I mean, this isn't even an argument. What you know now about society, yourself, and everything is nothing compared to what you knew 5 years ago. You know much more now. Even for people that are hiding under a rock, even they know, wait a minute, something's up here. They're asking questions that they would have never asked 5 years ago, 10 years ago. Okay, that's novelty. That's hyper-novelty manifest. Terence McKenna talked about that in his videos. And we are in this hyper-novelty phase.
Nazi Germany down here, World War II, fought across the bottom of this trough. After World War II, everybody was sick to death of novelty. They'd seen about all of it they could stand. Death camps, radar, V-2 rockets, propaganda, radio, massive displacement of populations, eugenics, 1,000-year genetic control myths, master race theory.
And now they're just doing it from America. Woohoo!
Enough already. And after Germany was kicked to pieces, all people wanted to do was go home, have some kids, mow the lawn, put their feet up, and watch the game. And they did that. And this is the post-war Reconstruction era where the stress is all about, let's get back to normal. That was even a motto after 1945, return to normalcy, and so forth. But then there are these, little stumbles along the way called Sputnik, assassination of John F. Kennedy, so forth and so on. And then as you come across the top, right here, the great turning point, 1967-68, you've got it all. You've got LSD, you've got a youth revolution, you have technology reaching for the moon, literally, and the moon landing is right there. So, and then it all, and that whole, the 60s obviously blew the lid.
Look at their little wires
off of things and started a descent into novelty in which we are still experiencing and reeling from. It's a direct resonance to Homeric Greece. And the hippies did have a Grecian quality. I mean, all those barefoot people in robes practicing their vegetarianism and playing their flutes and gathering in green spots. Now notice that I have not reconfigured the wave from the first time when I set it for 6 billion years. We've come through planetary dynamics, we've come through evolutionary dynamics, we've come through the dynamics of ancient civilization. We now only have 5 years and 7 months on the screen. And what have we got? Okay, I'll show you what we've got. First of all, George Bush is elected right here, which means that Ronald Reagan leaves office right here. This is the absolute resonance for the fall of the Roman Empire. And Ronald Reagan clearly is the carrier of that energy, you know, the imperial style, the whole tone of the thing was Roman. Now, we have to account for this. What is this low point? It's Tiananmen Square, on the money. And if you don't think that was a novel event, try to picture it. 2 million people crowd into the capital city of the largest governmental entity on the planet and bring it to a screeching halt until it finds a solution, mass murder, the most traditional solution to these kinds of problems, and then the wave turns up. There's nothing novel about murdering large numbers of people. That is the traditional response.
Yeah, it would have been sweet to be in the 60s to out all these feds and infiltrate the infiltrators. I want to go back to the 60s knowing what I know now.
To many situations. Okay, Tiananmen Square is there. The next thing we have to account for is right there.
I believe that dangers await only those who do not react to life.
Berlin Wall comes down right there on the money, on the day, right there. Okay. That little saddle there, the absolute resonance to the birth of Muhammad. It's the day Saddam Hussein invades Kuwait. This is the only original idea that I have ever come up with. The rest is just telling you what Schultes and Hoffman and everybody knows and what you could find out by spending time in a good medical library. This is original. We each must become like fishermen and go out onto the dark ocean of mind and let your nets down into that sea. And what you're after is not some behemoth that will tear through your nets, foul them, and drag you and your little boat, you know, into the abyss. Nor are what we're looking for a bunch of sardines that can slip through your net and disappear. Ideas like, have you ever noticed that your little finger exactly fits your nostril, and stuff like that. What we are looking for are middle-sized ideas that are not so small that they're trivial and not so large that they're incomprehensible, but middle-sized ideas that we can wrestle into our boat and take back to the folks on shore and have fish dinner. You are an explorer, and you represent our species. And the greatest good you can do is to bring back a new idea, because our world is endangered by the absence of good ideas. Our world is in crisis because of the absence of consciousness. And so, to whatever degree any one of us can bring back a small piece of the picture and contribute it to the building of the new paradigm, then we participate in the redemption of the human spirit. And that, after all, is what it's really all about.
And so we're finding out, because of hypernovelty, we're finding out, hey, we've all been abused. We've been in an abuse society. That's how we've grown up. And we're realizing that. It's very much like, here's a good example. I've known a lot of people who were systematically abused as they grew up. And they have forgotten, or they did forget. And when they went in for therapy, when they started to do deep subconscious work and possibly even hypnotism and going into deep subconscious world, they discover, literally, folks, remember I talked about fragmenting? They discover, holy cow, I've been abused by this person, this person, this person, and all of these memories start flooding back to them, and a person has to have the strength to be able to take on that memory because their brain has been an immune function.
Welcome back to the Bob and Tom Show.
Dad, you're going to kill me. I left my iPad and my iPad cord in your car. I pulled up, rolled the window down, and handed it to me. And goes, "Thank you, darling."
A Chinese fitness influencer has broken the Guinness World Record for the heaviest deadlift with one finger.
One finger.
Lu Weiqiang achieved the feat after using his middle finger, this one.
You don't have to show it like that.
The billionaires who pay to go up in the one where they're in space for like 6 minutes, that seems to me to be a real ripoff.
With the School and Globe, they go up about the thickness of 2 dimes.
It's kept those memories from them because the brain knew if the person knows this, if the identity of the individual knows this, they'll go crazy. So it has to be hidden away until they're ready for this information. And right now we're in the readying phase to get this information, the kind of information like I'm telling you today. And that's all part of this. And so that all has been instigated, and this is the key to knowing where you're from, that's all has been instigated by what has happened with our trajectory in comparison to the center of the galaxy. And see, you wouldn't have known that 5-10 years ago. But now you know it. It instigates light, energy, radiation, instigates life, instigates novelty. I hope that makes sense. And so this is a map that shows you that. So that's why this is happening. That's why you're finding this stuff out. So let's go to a timeline here that I made for you. The timeline of mind control. Now, the entire planet has been run by mind control. And that's been the case since Babylon.
Yeah.
You know, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people lived in Babylon. You should check out some of the redone 3D animations, and you can see what it was like in the city of Babylon, and you can see what it looked like.
Wait, is Babylon the same as Babel?
Like what the building structures look like and all this. And so this is the first time hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people are all gathering together. Why? Because of agriculture. And we're going to get into that. Okay. I'm just going to do this real quick because we don't have a lot of time. But I wanted you to see this. Okay, so Babylon, about in the 6th century under Nebuchadnezzar, was at its zenith. About 250,000 people lived there. It was the biggest on the planet. And imagine as just a huntsman, a tribesman, coming upon something like this. Yeah, you can see the ziggurat there in the distance. Coming upon something like this. You can't attack it. There's nothing you can do to stop it. And it would have appeared to such people as like an alien base. It's not, there's no, look at all the square lines, all the straight lines, and there's nothing straight in nature. So even your surroundings are unnatural. And probably many kids would grow up within the walls and would never leave. Consider what are the daily concerns of a person who lives in that space as in a rectangular box as a person who lives out in nature. And I'm not advocating for either, okay? Let's look at this purely from a psychological vantage. How different the psyche is. It's a society as a form of washing the individual, the humanness out of them. They're surrounded and cut into straight lines.
Leave society be. Monkey.
And so this fits right along the ideologies that come out of a society like this, right? Think about that. And the psychological impact and change it would have on a human being. You know, that's the beginning of programming. This person, a person who is third or fourth generation in that society would never be able to survive as a hunter-gatherer in a small tribe. They wouldn't have the tools necessary. And this is the kind of thing you simply need to be aware of. And the reason why it's important to be aware of that is knowing how much, therefore, your environment affects you. And you change at the biological level.
Could you hear him purring? He's doing nervous purr.
And so if you're programmed in a certain way, you're changed literally at the genetic level, at the base level, because you come out of mama's womb prepared for the environment that mama has been living in. You see, and that's a genetic disposition. And so that's why it's so important to understand how much society's programming affects you. It affects you right down to your genetics. Watchers descend on Earth and genetically modify humans. And we talked about these. This is going to be a look at, very quickly, parts 1 and 2. Watchers breed with females and create the Nephilim, which were giants. And those giants ruled over humans for tens of thousands of years. That's why they find these bones of these giant kings and these enormous beds and so forth. It's because we were run by psychopathic giants.
Maybe. I mean, that's what they say, right? Oh no.
That were the offspring of demons and humans, to give you how crazy a scenario we've been in, which is, it's like the line from Hitler, the bigger the lie, the more people will believe it. And so, because we've all been raised in this massive lie that they've told us about our history, the actual truth of the situation is unbelievable. It's so big and complex and immense, just overwhelming, that you can't take it in. And so this couple of lines here just said, watchers breed with females and create Nephilim giants. I mean, that's a huge statement, because think of what it implicates. Because that's our society now. We're just down the line. This is a good way to think of it. When you were born, you were born into a play that was already underway. It was already going forward. So this mind control and this controlling society, all that stuff is already established when you came into the picture. This didn't start when you were born. You walked in, and so it's just like you're walking in on a play while it's going on. And you walk on stage, there's these lights and there's people, and you're like, what the heck is this? And you have no idea what you've walked into. And they want that. They want you disillusioned. It's called alpha state. When the person is disillusioned, they're able to pass, it bypasses their left brain and the discernment there, and it goes straight into programming your right. And the way you do that is through fear, threat, and just what the heck is going on? Disillusioning people. Okay. That's what's happened when you were born and you walked into or onto this planet. You were brought into situations just like, okay, what the heck is going on? Because the story that you're told as you grow up is a story to keep you from knowing.
Yeah, Babylon is different than the Tower of Babel. Yeah, probably.
Knowing the actual situation that's going on. It's very much a Truman Show. Very much. Okay. Watchers instruct the Nephilim abuse techniques to control humans, to rule over them internally. This is...
They is probably a fucking lizard-brained AI that these assholes are channeling, probably being beamed from Saturn. Saturn's just a giant supercomputer AI that's kind of being a dick, and all these jerks are, you know, channeling it and then controlling all of us in all of these dickish ways.
My theory, and my theory is that this abuse technique of fear, threat, alpha state, psychological bombardment, this all comes out of techniques that came out of the Watchers, which came out of the Nephilim, who were trained by the Watchers. That's my.
Wait, you're saying Babylon and Babel were Greek and Hebrew words for the same ancient city? So are we onto something? You told me this? I forget. I forget a lot. Saturn is Rehoboam. Yes. Yeah, dude, right? It's just the fucking dumb AI that's writing the boring script.
Theory. And the Nephilim passed down here, the next line, Nephilim passed mind control tech to humans who were born from the bloodline of Satan, Cain. So the Nephilim then instruct these psychopathic or you could say, what is the word? Predisposed, that's the word. These psychologies that are genetically predisposed to psychopia. And the Nephilim instruct these psychopathic people, this is how you rule the society. If you abuse people, you can become their master. They will become your victim. And if you use these words and you use these techniques, because of the way the human mind works, this is how you can program it with false lies, with false everything. And you program into them, these people, these human beings, exactly what you want them to know, exactly how you want them to behave. And you can control them their entire life, even the afterlife. You can influence that, okay? And so in my theory, that's where this comes from. That's where this abuse technique comes from. It comes from the Nephilim. It comes out of these giants that ruled over humans. You've seen even in the stuff they've dug out of Egypt, where they're naming kings that ruled not pharaonic Egypt, but ancient Egypt, like the Egypt past Egypt, right? They're naming kings that lived for 28,000 years, the same as a full cycle, that lived for 30,000 years, 32,000 years.
Hate wearing glasses or contacts, but too scared for laser? Try drinking warm water before bed to improve eyesight almost.
There's a single individual that's ruling for this, to give you an idea how long this has been going on, folks. You have walked into a very, very old play. And you don't realize it until you hear this kind of stuff. And then you begin to see, just like in the Truman Show, you then begin to see, wait a minute. That's not real. This can't be real. This has been supposed upon me. This has been put on me. This isn't actual truth.
Yeah.
Like you're being a dirty carbon generator. That's been something that's been imposed upon you, that you're a dirty sinner. That's something that's been imposed on you. It's not truth. It's a story to keep you disempowered, to keep you from even asking the question, am I a carbon generator? Am I a sinner? Is my immune system so bad that I have to get shots in order to survive? Like I'll die if I don't get the shots that are coming out of the FDA and out of the CIA? You see? You don't even ask the question. Same as what I said earlier about Parzival. He didn't even ask the question. He never asked the king, why are you sick? Why is the country sick? And because he never asked, he never knew, and he failed the test. If you don't ask, you will never know, and you will fail the test. And nature doesn't care, because nature's merciless. You will die unaware.
I just lit the wrong end of my cigarette. Hell yeah, Jesse. Rock on.
Whose fault is that? Your fault. You can't blame anyone else. This is your own responsibility. That's the hard part of the Great Awakening. You have to take self-responsibility for this stuff.
Plus, I'm kind of
like I said, it's not going to be handed to you. If you inherit $10 million, does that make you financially responsible? No, it'll actually probably make you worse if, say, you were not financially responsible beforehand. It's not going to osmotically make you a financially responsible person because all of a sudden you don't have to worry about money. You'll just go spend it and blow it. And it's the same thing in life, folks. It's the same thing in life. If you don't merit what you know, it will never be a deep truth that you'll base your life on. Because the only deep truth that you base your life on is your own personal experience. And if you never ask the question, are you ever going to have the experience of learning something? If you think you know, do you think you can learn anything? Well, that's exactly where they want you. They want you thinking that you know. They want you thinking that you got the answers. You got the right God. You got the right person you're voting for. You got the right food. You got the right way. You see? And these are all just illusions that you tell yourself so that you stay buried in the menticide. Okay. Mind control of humans is passed down through satanic oral tradition into bloodline families and eventually into Egyptian leadership. And let's go back real quick to the slide I'll show you. That's right there in 11,500 BC when we were attacked. I believe that the cataclysm, the younger...
We're only in the middle of this shit? No, come on.
Darius was an attack. I don't think it was natural. And that was done to reset the world. And so at the end of that reset, there's Egypt. That's why you see all the watermarks on the pyramids and you see all or I should say on the Sphinx. The world changed. It flooded out and it changed. And what was left was all the pyramids, the Sphinx, all these things that had been built 30, 40,000 years before. And you had a culture of people, the modern Egyptians, you could say, 10,000 years ago, who discover all this, quote unquote, and inhabit it. And figure out a lifestyle that becomes what we know as the Egyptian culture. And we assume that this culture that took over this area built all this. And in my opinion, they didn't. And it's fine to disagree with me. It's fine. We don't have to agree on everything. We really don't. It's actually healthy if we don't agree on everything. Because then we're all in a glass house, or excuse me, an echo chamber. And what good is that if we're all just telling each other what we want to hear? So it's good that you form your own opinion. So that's my opinion, is that Egypt was an inheritance. It wasn't built by modern societies. We think it was built by giants and it was built by previous cultures anyway. So that then was the beginning of agriculture. Let's go to 2 here. So agriculture, also known as Egyptian technology, marks the beginning sequence, and this is so critical because this is really our point of departure for this essay. Marks the beginning sequence of the descent of humanity. That's agriculture. Remember how I mentioned that just as a side comment, I think in part 2, and I said agriculture by some people is considered to be the end of humanity. I now subscribe to that, and you're going to find out why. Watch this. Agriculture halted sensitivity to the environment by suppressing PSI genes and begat large societies. Cultures are not your friend, McKenna. This is the key thing. Up until modern organized society, we're all hunter-gatherers. We're all living off the land, and we are struggling to survive. That's why all these native cultures are just these little tribes. It wasn't until agriculture that they...
Yeah, we stayed up way too late last night. We're wrapping up in like 5 minutes. It's way past my bedtime tonight. We were having too much fun. Goofing too hard.
Build enormous empires. Agriculture allowed that. Until then, we're just humans living off the land. Little tiny families, little tiny groups, surviving and fighting.
Yeah, it is the Great Awakening. I do too. Yeah, I hope too that they're supercharging it with all the bullshit. It's too much, man. They're going too hard. It's too goofy.
Now think about that scenario where every single moment of your life you're being hunted. Whether by the climate, meaning the bad weather in wintertime, or by other larger animals that are hunting you, and you're just a little tribe and you're surviving and you only have food for a few days because there's no agriculture. You are living off the land, literally, with the land. You are in total, think about this, you are in total symbiosis with the land, just like a clownfish is to a sea anemone. You're in symbiotic relationship to nature because you're living off of it. You're not storing any grain. You don't have any preservations on the side or anything like that. You preserving anything on the side like that. You don't have any of that. You are living day to day. Okay, your body, because it's so beautifully adaptive, adapts to that using PSI genes. You're not going to believe what I'm going to show you right now. Using PSI genes.
Show us, Chuck.
PSI genes, a behavior modifier aligner via microbial symbiosis with the environment. PSI genes, the genes that form you, are formed by what exposures you experience in the environment. And if I'm a hunter-gatherer and I'm living off of every sound I hear, every
Mushka just drooled on me. She drooled all down my leg. Yeah.
everything I see and everything that's going through my mind, do you think I'm pretty sensitive to what's going on? Yeah. Do you think I'm more sensitive to what you are, living in an agriculturally based society, working in a cube, living in a concrete hut, all streets and everything all paved? I'm not putting that down. I'm saying that's your reality. Well, these environmental sensitivities don't exist in you. You're not a hunter-gatherer. Well, your body isn't going to waste energy emphasizing the sixth sense of your environment and hunting and hearing and all that kind of stuff. It's not going to be putting a ton of energy into that because you're not using it. And we know nature is the most efficient force in the universe, right? So is nature going to be utilizing all of this energy to build up your PSI genes so that you're more sensitive to the universe or to your environment? No. That was the beginning of the end. You want to know the disease? There it is, agriculture. This allowed societies to be built. I'm not saying that's bad. I'm saying that is a very different scenario than what humans were doing before modern society. It was a totally different life. That's not hard to imagine. But what is hard to imagine is realizing how different of a person physiologically, meaning their mental structure and their whole physique and what they are built for, is totally different than you now. Me, even, I'm soft compared to those people, man. I am a very soft human compared to folks that are living in a hunter-gatherer tribe, of course. And I don't have the sensitivities to nature that they did. That's going to be key. Hold that in your mind. I'm walking right into that space in a minute. We're going to continue this. Just follow the timeline. Let's walk this together. Egyptian leadership, corrupted by mind control and agriculture, eventually seed Babylon through the Amalekite bloodline. There's your connection. Agriculture. So we got, remember we talked about part 1 and 2.
This little-known cholesterol particle makes LDL sticky, so it clogs up your blood vessels. It ignites harmful inflammation.
The Amalekite.
We'll watch till one more commercial. We'll have one more commercial, and then I'm going to wrap it up, okay?
It's directly out of this satanic working that comes out of the beginning of all this. That work that happened was carried into this.
Do these two live in Eugene, Oregon? Who? Me and Chuck Swindoll? I don't know where Chuck lives.
Amalekite tribe. And as you guys know, we studied in Levant, right? When everybody's battling it out. Satanism is simply underground. Look at this. Humanity fights it out in the Levant while Satanists and black sun worshippers entrench underground. Think of all the cave systems. This culture, this satanic culture, which is passed through oral tradition, meaning father passes it to son, mother passes it to daughter. That's how this Satanism is passed on. It is not written down. That's what you need to know. That's why there's so little evidence to find, but you can see it in the Egyptian hieroglyphs. You can see the torture techniques and stuff. I get into some of that in this lecture, but the point being that it was there. It was there underground, hiding, waiting and building itself for the moment to take over. Babylon leadership eventually is corrupted into Roman leadership through the Khazarian mafia influence, and that's what happened. Babylon, which carried out from the Amalekite.
Dude, Cleopatra married into the fucking, the Roman Empire. They made Jesus, probably.
Then eventually corrupts Rome and their leadership. It's all underground. Why is it underground? Because anyone who isn't a psychopath would never put up with it, would never put up with the child abuse that's required, would never put up with the adult abuse that's required. The physical acts that must take place in order to be a part of this satanic relationship to nature, right? The non-psychopathic person would never do it because it's a pathology. Satanism is a pathology. It's a pathology that destroys
His name's Chuck Swindoll.
the individual that participates in it. It destroys them, and it makes them a servant to evil. It makes them a bot for destruction. That's what happens. That's what it does. Okay.
Some of his videos are on YouTube, but this one I think got banned or something.
Okay. And so this goes all the way back. I'm tracing it right here for you. It goes all the way back to the Amalekites, right? Keep on going. Rome leadership, which is essentially the Khazarian mafia. Can we agree on that? That the reason Rome fell, imploded on itself from corruption, was because of the Khazarian, the satanic influence. Can we agree
Bro, that's what's going on right frickin' now. What the hell?
on that? It wasn't natural. It was a satanic influence that so corrupted the leadership that it actually could not exist anymore, and it had to reform. And how did it reform? What costume did it take? Anybody who watches my videos, you know what I'm going to say. The Catholic Church.
Yeah.
Rome,
Lizard.
the Roman Empire, became the Catholic Church.
Yeah, the
It put on a new costume, and it continued to be the voice of God, namely the Pope. So the emperor became Pope. The voice of the people, the emperor, who controlled everyone, simply became the Pope, the voice of God, who would what? Control the people. It's just a costume change. That's all that happened. And so the Catholic Church was corrupt from the beginning as a tax haven, unaccounted authority, and child abduction supply institution.
Oh, sounds fucking familiar. Sounds like what they still do to this day.
That's going to be very hard for the Western religionists to accept. That the entire reason the Catholic Church began was an abduction society, a child abduction society. And you can see child abduction going all the way through history. Look at all the orphanages that they were running, that these psychopathic Nazi Bolshevik psychopaths are running. They've got orphanages that they're in charge of. And I exposed some of that in my other lectures. Orphanages. Why are war...
Barry, you dodged a Fed partner? Fuck yeah, dude. Dodging bullets.
warmongers sponsoring orphanages?
They want to breed the spirituality out of us. With feds.
Same reason George Soros does. How's that for a connection? It's the
Trafficking
same
all the way down,
crime
boys.
still occurring. Abuse, capture and abuse of people under the guise of beneficence, under the guise of compassion, under the guise of philanthropy, beneficial philanthropy. That's how they hide.
Where are the kids?
They do so much good that you could never question them. You could never link them to this psychotic child abuse
Yeah, these punks.
firm. You could never link them to that because their outer persona that they present to you, their costume, just like the Pope's costume, puts them above question. You would never ask. The lie is so big, everyone believes it. You see?
Yeah.
Okay. KM royalty sends a mercenary, Columbus, to America to seize the New World and abduct no agriculture native children. Human genetics contain additional spiritual sensitivities when not exposed to agriculture. Here's my theory. Columbus didn't sail to discover America, and that's pretty clear to everybody. I mean, the Vikings were already here, for goodness sakes. So we know that the land was already known by the European royalty. Okay, that's not in question. They sent Columbus as a mercenary. Why? To capture the children that are living in the small tribes, hunter-gatherer tribes, that have these PSI genes, fully tuned to spiritual gnosis. Those children are carrying that. And my theory is that royalty sent Columbus to capture those kids, bring them back, so that they could put them into the bloodline. They could put these PSI sensitive genes that are in their blood, that are in their genetic pool, and capture that and put it into the royal pool. You follow?
Eugenesis.
The whole idea of discovering America was a cover for abducting
Jesse, we're
children.
wrapping up
In the
in a
same
minute,
way,
too.
the whole premise of beginning the Catholic Church wasn't to enlighten people.
This is on Rumble. Here, I'll send you the link if you want to finish it.
Spiritually, it was to capture their children, to gain their trust by talking the spiritual language that they would recognize and confide in, and then they would just freely turn over their kids. And what do you see the Catholic Church doing back at that time? Man, they're collecting all the kids up. They're running orphanages.
They be snatching kids.
You think that's because they cared? You think they had a strong heart?
Or is it
And
because
they really
they're
were so
drinking
compassionate?
babies?
Because their religion made them so pious
Drinking babies.
and loving and caring. That's what they want you thinking. You're snookered. That's what they want.
They
Totally snookered. Totally taken. You wouldn't even ask the question. It's just like Parsifal walking into that castle, man. That's the king. You don't ask him questions. You don't ask him anything. Keep your mouth shut. Obey. Right? Do as the priest says. Do as you're told. This is how the spiritual thing is. You're a sinner, you're fallen, you got no hope. You got to follow this rigmarole. Right? No, man. Catholic Church leadership eventually acquiesces to world corporations. The new god is greed, and the new cathedral is the bank. KM empires rule the world. Isn't it interesting that back in the day it was the cathedral that was the central structure of a city? What is it now? What's the central structure of a city now? Corporation. Bank. The bank is the sacred structure now. You see? That's a costume change. You see now. It's just like the emperor took off the Roman robes and put on the Pope's costume and mitre, right? Same thing. They took off the costume of the cathedral and all that stuff, and they just put it into the bank. Control, the power goes into the bank, just like it was in the spiritual world back in the day. Now it's the financial world. Folks, this is the magic. This is the magician at work. Until you can see that, you will stay trapped. How could it be otherwise? How could it be otherwise?
Chuck's about to fucking
It can't be
lose
otherwise.
boys.
You're trapped. And so trapped that you fight to stay in that world. So you fight to stay in the financial world, right? You fight to stay a sinner, right? You fight disease with what? With the tools they hand you. You fight the devil with what? The tools the church hands you. You think the church is handing you the tools to fight their own leader?
No.
Folks, this is the really tough stuff. That's all part of the Great Awakening. So the PSI gene, in tracking the bloodlines, it became apparent that the European bloodlines were trying to integrate some of the American Indian bloodlines.
All right, boys.
Attention law enforcement. You took an oath to protect and serve. To keep your family, your
Homeland
neighborhood
Security
safe.
ad?
But in
Fuck,
too many
bro.
cities, dangerous illegals walk free as police are forced to stand down. Join ICE and help us catch the worst of the worst. Drug traffickers, gang members, predators. Join the mission to protect America with bonuses up to $50,000 and generous benefits. Apply now. Join.ice.gov and fulfill your mission.
Into their own. Why?
What the fuck? Oh my god, dude. That's so funny. What the shit? That was crazy. Woo! Okay, well, anyway. Alright, boys. It's been freaking lovely tonight. Thanks for hanging out. we've got tomorrow night off. But we'll be back on Wednesday. And then Thursday. But yeah, John Levy for the win. We're John Levy super fans. No, we're not fucked eternally bumping. We got this. Become a human trafficker. Dude, if you guys are ever broke and you want to make some money, just start trafficking humans. Tried and true. That's literally what Bert Kreischer was saying yesterday. He wants to traffic his employees. Dude, I'm rewatching Vanderpump Rules during the day. I just keep putting it on as background noise. Because, you know, it's just me and these fucking cats that avoid me all day. And fucking Lisa Vanderpump literally is like basically like, dude, there's like a 50th birthday party for her restaurant manager, and she gets 2 of her employees who he manages to do a burlesque show for them. And then she's got all of them dressed in these like skimpy outfits and stuff. I think everybody be trafficking, bro. Yeah, Vanderpump Rules forever, right? Also, I kind of forgot that Ariana was the Raquel of the Tom Sandoval and Kristen relationship. Tom's just always been doing this. It's obvious as fuck that Tom Sandoval was mashing on Ariana during the first 2 seasons now. Right? Did they admit that? They must have, right? Did I just forget? Vandervamp. Yeah, dude, she is a vampire. Anyway. Y'all ready to breathe? We're gonna do it. Breathe in. And breathe out. Oh, and Tom cheated on Ariana even early on? I forgot about that. What, with another girl in Vegas? Breathe in. And breathe out, because you're good as gold. You know you're good as gold. Breathe in, because you're good as gold. And out. Last one. Breathe in. Yeah, Lisa Vanderpump and all the housewives are super sketch, bro. And breathe out. I think they're all mob wives. They're all mob wives. They're all fucking Nazi wives. Do I need to watch Real Housewives Salt Lake City? Anyway, here we go. The Knit Witch's closing meditation. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath in. And out. We've been traveling tonight through the old stories, through the ruins, through the lies stacked high like bricks, melted ones. John Levy shows us how much has been hidden, but also how much has survived. Feel your breath in your body right now. That breath is older than any empire, older than any false flag, older than any rewritten history book. Inhale the truth. You are connected to Gaia, to Source, and into the great mycelial web that cannot be cut. Exhale the lies. They crumble like sand every time you let them go. Picture yourself standing among the old cathedrals, the melted mountains, the ancient rivers. They whisper, "We are still here, and so are you." Let your heart hum with that vibration. The truth doesn't need to be forced. It grows like moss on stone, like mushrooms after the rain, gentle, relentless, eternal. Tonight we honor the ruins, not as graves, but as seeds. We are the continuation. We are the new builders. We are the ones who laugh, who play, who breathe life back into the earth. And one last deep breath, in through the nose. Fill with hope. And out through the mouth. Release all fear. Carry this lightness with you, nitwitches. The old world is not gone. It's alive in us. And no lie can outlive the truth. Namaste and good night. We will see you on frickin' Wednesday, boys. Hope you have a good night off. I'm gonna go to my yoga class and it's gonna be so freaking cool. Okay. Good night, Paul. We love you much. Bye. Took him to Nirvana. It was work stacking commas. It be up because in drama. Not a drug, it's marijuana. Cooks will say I got a problem with weed. Paul, you can't come back from this. Take your loss, Paul, and protect your chin. Take your loss, Paul. Paul, showing your lizard skin. Take your loss, Paul. You can't go back to Tim. Out the yoga and my breath and the mushies. Baby, if I'm lucky, then a couple try to fuck me. I'm not basketball player size, but I'm handsome. Maybe Mendez will wanna hold me for ransom. I don't have a bike, but I might take a jog. Something light, loving life, chilling with my headphones on. I asked Dad how much a ticket costs. Didn't answer, doesn't matter, still your daddy and your boss. My mom, this is healing Paul's trauma. Got a gene spirit and to take him to nothing Nirvana. Is real, not even us. We are just elaborate holograms. Ha 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 ha. We're just a collection of cells overrating ourselves, as Dave says. Yeah, I'm on Yesterday, Paul, go to hell. If you see me in some blue jeans, lock me in a cell. Paul saw me in some blue jeans and nutted on himself. Chilling in the couch, feeling like JD Vance. If you really wanna dance, Paul, now is your chance, Paul. You're the damn man, Paul. Let's have a damn standoff. It's not in your jeans, Paul. It's time to take your pants off. Good night, little Paul. Good night, Cockstoth. Good night, nitwitches. We'll see you on Wednesday, bitches. Namaste. Paul, come on the show. Call me back. I'll call you. Good night, doodle dudes. See you later on Wednesday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You know my friends. Alright, boys. Thanks for hanging. Ta-ta! Adios. Have a good night. Don't believe your eyes. Is that the motto from... Believe everything except your eyes. That's the motto of Snake Eyes. Anyway. The awakening is here, boys. We're on the upswing.